Welcome to round 5 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. As usual, Joe Gallagher and I will be taking you through the games today. For those of you who don't know Joe, he's 6-time Swiss champion and former British champion. I don't know how he managed that, but somehow he got around the regulations. So very, very experienced. And how many times have you actually played in the Biel tournament?
Oh, I probably played more than 20 times, maybe 25 times in the Biel Festival, starting back in about the mid-1980s until the last time was a couple of years ago. But yeah, I've probably 25 times, I would guess. I also used to play for the club in Biel, so I'm, you know.
There we go, a regular here in Biel. So let's take a look at the standings before we get into the games. You can see out ahead after 4 rounds, Etienne Bacrot from France, and then Harikrishna, Gorgiadis, Ponomariov and Hou Yifan all on 2.5 points. And, well, big surprise, we have Peter Leko and Alexander Morozevich on 1.5 out of 4. Joe, hard to anticipate that one.
Actually, if we saw their games yesterday, they've both hardly gone out at the opening, to be honest. I mean, Leko, he overlooked a small tactic on move. He fought half an hour and overlooked a tactic, which meant that he ended up in a very passive position against Navara. And basically, I mean, he was very depressed about it, but with good reason this time. He was probably just lost by about move 12 or 15, probably bad. And also we saw Morozevich misplaying the opening against Bacrot, and he was probably in big trouble by move 15 when he allowed f4 and e5 and he lacked space completely. So they're maybe not quite as sharp as they've been.
No, I mean they haven't been playing that much classical chess or that much chess at all, so they do seem a bit rusty. So I found Leko's chat in the analysis here yesterday very revealing, actually. He seemed very low on confidence. You know, he admitted that he was finding it very hard to adjust to playing, for example, in open tournaments, because he wasn't getting invitations to the big tournaments any longer, and you know, found it hard to play for a win against slightly weaker players. So yes, he's undergoing some kind of crisis of confidence, actually. It reminded me a little bit, but also even during the game, where he was worse out of the opening, and it was as though he'd accepted that he was going to lose or something. He seemed very defeatist, not looking for counter chances that other players would just think, well, okay, I'm worse out at the opening, and you just make the best of it. But it seemed to me that he's been playing in these elite tournaments so much that, you know, if you are worse out of the opening, you play inaccurately, often you get punished really badly. But this is just a level slightly down, and I'm not sure he's used to that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I think, he seems to be, his spirit does seem a little bit down, but he said he's been working very hard with computers for the last few months. He said he's been working very hard indeed, and he's got a couple of tournaments coming up, and the second half of this tournament, which he hopes he'll be able to get back into his form like he used to play in the old days. But at the moment, it's not that convincing from Mr. Leko.
Yeah. So it's funny, it reminds me a little bit of... I was listening to a sports psychologist during the Wimbledon tournament, tennis tournament. And they'd been working with various tennis players, and they were saying that tennis is, because it's such an individual sport, and particularly when you have time in between, you know, every 2 games, you take a breather. Said one of the problems with tennis in that sense is that you have time to dwell on what's going on, too much time to think about it. Whereas in games like football, particularly a team game, where you can sort of spread the responsibility, and you're just in the action for 90 minutes, you haven't got time to think about it. You just do.
Yeah, that's very true. Chess is quite similar to tennis. Obviously, you've got time to stew over your mistakes and, you know, regret things that have already happened in the game. When I suppose if you're a very strong character, you should just forget about the mistakes you've made, worry about them later, and just concentrate on putting up the best resistance if you have a bad position. remember, for example, Australian Grandmaster is the complete opposite to Leko. Ian Rogers, he used to talk about the theory of infinite resistance when he had a bad position. He just thought he would never ever lose. He would just keep playing the best moves and no one would ever be able to put him away. Almost like computers these days.
Yeah.
But Leko seems to get demoralised too quickly.
Yeah.
And hopefully, he said, second half of the tournament, things might change.
Yeah. No,
So,
Ian Rogers, an excellent example of that. Of course, he knew he was worse, and sometimes he had to bow to the inevitable. But yeah, his theory of infinite resistance, I think he called it Jordan's theory of infinite resistance after a club player in Australia who had that similar attitude that he would play to the end and always try and find some last trick. And Ian was brilliant at that. Such a resourceful player.
Sounds very scientific, doesn't it? The theory of infinite resistance. But if he was so scientific, why didn't he just play better openings?
No, but Ian, very very tricky player and very resourceful player. So perhaps we can look at those standings again. Up at the top, Etienne Bacrot, number 2 in France at the moment, and he's a class act, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he was from the age of 11, or I think he became an international master at 12 years old or something like this, which in them days was incredible. And he's worked very hard. He had Dorfman as his trainer, and Dorfman, who was also the trainer of Garry Kasparov, actually said that Bacrot at a young age, 12, 13, was by far the biggest talent he's ever seen. Some people might say he's not quite made the most. I mean, he's been like a top 20 player, but with such talent, perhaps he could have gone further. Perhaps he still will.
Around 2,700, very interesting.
But at some point, people thought he might be challenging for the world title, which probably has passed him by now. He's just a very, very strong player.
Yeah.
But
there's just one game from yesterday that I'd like to have a quick look at before we go into today's games, because we rushed over things very quickly. Perhaps we could have a look at the game between, let me see if I can get it here. Of course I managed to lose it. Here we are. Ruslan Ponomariov and Hou Yifan, because there's just one part of this game that, well, we dashed over very quickly and indeed completely misassessed what was going on in our rush to get through the moves. But there's a wonderful trick here, a wonderful trap that Yifan attempted to spring on Ponomariov. So this was the position after 29 moves, and I think Black is actually threatening. Yifan is threatening to play f5, and after this trade, then it'll force an exchange of rooks, and that could be a bit tricky. But in any case, Ponomariov wanted to liquidate to a king and pawn endgame, and he'd realised that this was a draw. But let me show you one fantastic trap here. So if the king goes in, then the black king will come and, well, grab a pawn, grab one of these pawns. Black will be fine in the race. So f4. Now the black king has to go back, and at first, in our haste to analyse this yesterday, we thought that black was going to lose this after king d5. I should say Ponomariov did not play king d5. We thought, well, after king d7, c3, then eventually black runs out of pawn moves and the king has to go back and suddenly white is in. But it's here that there is an incredible move. First of all, we thought, well, c6 saves black, rather similar to the game.
Yeah.
And this is actually winning for black. But we realised, well, after king d4, in fact, white is still fine. But instead of that, there's this incredible move, c5.
Yeah, it's a wonderful move. And now white has basically two choices. Can take en passant, which leads to the position we've just seen after king c7. The main point of c5, though, if white does not take, the king has no squares at all. It's trapped in the middle of the board on d5, and all he can do is move pawns. So we can maybe show the variation what happens. Black will just wait with his king between c7 and d7. And then white's got no choice. Only legal move is a4. Only legal move is a5. And we take on a5. And now after b6.
Only move.
Only move. Only now, if black takes on b6, it's a wonderful stalemate. But incredibly, black can just play the move a6.
And white still has legal moves.
And now he's got quite a few legal moves because he can promote to 5 different pieces. maybe a knight would be the best try.
In any case, this gets taken, and now white's king does have 2 legal moves.
Yeah.
But it's now lost. The pawn rolls home. So if we go back to this position, so if white avoids that and takes on c6, king c7, and this again is winning for black.
It's just a question of tempi. Black has 1 more tempi than white.
The king has to go back. The king has to go back. Well, we could be a bit more melodramatic. We could play here, 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 and now. Thank you very much. f6. The king has to relinquish protection of the c pawn, and of course black is just a pawn up, and well, you could win anyhow you like, b5 or d5 and d4.
Yeah. And just the other variation was instead of going back straight away, if white tried c5 in this position, we just take it, and then he can play c4. He's gained himself a tempo, but black just plays f6, and after king e6, king takes e6, black wins the race. So it's a wonderful little king pawn ending.
A very
unusual.
Very unusual.
I've never seen that before. No. King on d5 and a king on pawn ending with no squares.
But also very easy to see how you might fall into that, because you might spot c6 and think, oh well, you know, I'm still safe, and maybe black won't see this.
Yeah, you could easily play king d5 thinking, okay, c6 is a draw, but maybe he'll go back and then I can come into c6 and b7 and maybe win. So it's just like a no-risk try. But
so
in fact,
c5 is a killer move.
c5, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. But we should mention that in the game, Pono was not lured into the... Well, yeah, it didn't go there. It just played king c3, and after this, it's interesting. Yifan is hanging right back with the king, hoping he's going to go into d5. So she's being very canny, but Pono was aware of the danger, and the game ended like this. And here they agreed a draw, of course. There's not a lot to do. Neither king is breaking through. So, yeah, fantastic little idea that we passed over very quickly. Right, we should look at some games. So let's go to Yifan's game. Hou Yifan against David Navara is our first game we want to look at. And this is a fascinating opening. Yifan playing e4. Najdorf. An opening that we both feel very comfortable with. Joe, as I used to do in my playing career, you know, you've played the Najdorf for, well, since you were a kid.
It's been my main opening since I was about 14 years old. I mean, occasionally I play other things, but it's been my main variation. Also wrote a book on it with Dr. John Nunn. So, yeah, I have some knowledge.
Do indeed. Bishop e3, knight g4. So there are many moves here. You can play e6. e5 is the sort of classic Najdorf move, and then, you know, this...
Or knight f3, yeah, the two variations.
You can play knight f3, and you can play here, and bishop e7 or bishop e6, and that leads to very different kinds of positions. Knight g4 is a lot of fun. h6.
I mean, when we were young, nobody ever played knight g4. It started in, I think, around about the 1990s when it suddenly became fashionable.
Early 90s. This is one of my recommendations in my book.
Okay.
We can trade books. And then the main variation is this, and yeah, bishop g7.
Yeah, it became a very fashionable variation. Games involving the top players in the world, Garry Kasparov and others.
Svidler and Grishuk.
Yeah,
great exponents.
Yeah. No, for a while it was very, very fashionable, but
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave also.
Yeah.
And I don't think it hasn't really been refuted.
No, I think it's just one of the variations now. It's established itself as one of Black's main choices against Bishop E3, along with E6 and E5.
We should say that, although this looks a bit outlandish, positionally, actually, it makes a lot of sense because the pawn on G5 controls the F4 square, enabling that knight, or sometimes the other knight, to sit on E5 without being driven away by the pawn on F2. The only problem is, of course, that White can nibble away with H4 and maybe sometimes use F5, but incredibly double-edged.
Yeah, very strategically complex position.
Yeah. But instead of that, Bishop C1. So if Black wanted to, Black could just come back with a knight, and, well, we've got the starting position again. And in this case, the Bishop G5 variation of the Najdorf, probably suboptimal.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So what is the big deal?
First of all, it's interesting. I mean, after Bishop E3 on move 6, Knight G4, many people have played Bishop C1 straight away, and if the Knight goes back to F6, then White has got the full range of options. He can choose another variation of a Najdorf. If he doesn't want to go, he can play Bishop E2, Bishop C4. But it's quite strange to play it with H6, giving Black the extra move H6.
But it has been seen before.
It's been seen in top players. The point is, probably in certain variations, H6 will be a weakness because maybe it will weaken the G6 square, or it will allow G4, G5, or some bishop takes H6 sacrifice. So it's very double-edged. It can also be a useful move. So it's quite. It makes the game a bit different. It's quite interesting.
I think it's a clever choice against Navara because he loves to calculate, but sometimes he over-calculates, and maybe Yifan is just trying to get him into a overload situation.
Yeah, maybe. I think if Black went back to Knight F6, the favourite move is probably Bishop C4 would be probably the best attempt to try and exploit this. And after E6, Bishop B3, B5, for example. Modern days they usually play castles and Queen F3, but the old line in the 70s and 80s was to play with F4 and E5.
Yeah.
I think this is much better when Black has pawn on H6 rather than on H7. It's much more dangerous because there are many sacrifices on E6, etc.
Well, let's look at this now. So, yeah, I mean the old way to play it would be something
97,
like this.
Yeah.
I mean already.
It's already probably all over or not. Yeah.
Is this over? This is the point with the pawn on H7, and of course you'd be able to block with G6. But can we plunge straight away? Let's try. Takes here, check here, and well, maybe it's not quite all over. Or is it?
Well, let's castle, and after Queen E8, Queen H4.
Queen H4,
and
exactly.
G5, chop, checkmate.
And
nearly.
It is.
Well, it's not quite mate because the knight will be able to come on F6, but
we're getting close, aren't we?
We've done enough to prove a winning position.
Yeah. So this must be winning.
Yeah.
If not this, then
what?
Could be this.
Well,
I'm not sure. One of them.
White's 2 pawns up in this position, 3 pawns up. Oh, no, for a
piece.
Sorry, for a piece, still okay.
Yeah, but I suspect this is just winning.
Yeah.
It looks absolutely crushing. So there we go. That's one way that White may be able to exploit this potentially a slight weakness on this diagonal. But I mean, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it? It seems very bizarre to me. Of course, Black doesn't have to play in the sharpest way. For example, I don't think there's a lot wrong with playing knight c6, and you can play like a Sozin.
Yeah, and some lines Black actually plays h6 after g4 to prevent g5.
Exactly.
But there can be some little nuance. Maybe people have studied, prepared. They can find the variation maybe where h6 is a hindrance rather than a help.
But okay, I doubt that objectively this is. I don't think it's the refutation of the Najdorf.
No, of course not, but it doesn't really change the assessment. It just gives a slightly different position to play. which is always quite interesting.
Navara's played knight c6, and Yifan has chopped and played bishop c4. And I'm sure that I've seen this recently. I think this was the game between Michael Adams and Salem from Geneva, or one of the FIDE Grand Prix tournaments. I don't know if you've...
I could have a quick look.
Have a quick look, Joe. I'm pretty sure this is exactly how the game went. And actually, Adams won a very nice game indeed against Salem from the UAE. It was very complex strategically. It was a very different kind of position.
It was from Geneva, yeah.
It was Geneva.
Very recently.
That's right. I thought so. And how did it go exactly? It was bishop c4, wasn't
this
it?
position was reached in the game.
Yeah, I thought so.
10 e5 was played, and now I suppose a remarkable move, b3.
b3 from Mickey.
Yeah, that's quite,
Well, yeah, as I said, this game was extraordinary. Mickey won very, very nicely, but he played in a really unorthodox way, actually. Yeah. Go on, take us through moves, Joe.
Okay, bishop e7.
Yeah.
Bishop b2. Castles. Queen e2. Queen b6. Castles short.
We thought it looks like he might be prepping
and
long
now
castles.
The knight came back to f6. King h1. a5. Knight a4. Queen c7. Rook a e1. Knight d7. Queen d3.
Queen d3.
Yeah. Bishop b7. Queen to g3. And bishop g5. It looks a little bit better for white. Do you want some more moves, or?
Yeah, but I remember he somehow did something on the queen side. I can't remember how exactly.
Rook d1, knight f6.
Yeah.
He's playing very solidly for the moment. Pawn to f3. Rook fe8. Rook fe1. He's also trying to stop black from playing d5 at any point, I imagine.
Yes.
A bit of prophylaxis.
That's why he's done.
Yeah.
So he's got everything.
Rook a d8.
Yeah.
Bishop f1. Knight to h5. Queen f2. Rook e6. g3. Rook e8. Queen b6.
That's right. Yeah.
Queen b8. Bishop c3.
And he took a pawn, didn't he?
Rook c8. Bishop h3. I think the game's over at this point. He played d5. It looks like desperation. And he just came in knight c5. Yeah. It's like totally dominating him now.
But I mean, Mickey played this in such an unusual way because it looked, if you're making moves like bishop c4, if you're taking on c6 and playing bishop c4, it somehow looks as though white is sort of going to play very bluntly on the king side or in the middle or something. And then, to play these moves where he's playing very slowly actually, and perhaps toying with the idea of
I'm sure he was as well.
Yeah, sure he was. But then switching back to something completely different, and going in on the queen side with this.
Probably black misplaced his bishop on g5, perhaps, and black put the bishop on g5 to prevent f4 ideas maybe, and that left the queen side rather weak, and the pawn on a5 finally. Yeah, well, Mickey's a wonderful positional player. It's very hard to, you might think, oh, that's a great game, I'll try and play like that, and then you try and do it and you can't.
Yeah.
Everything, you try and keep control and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
But somehow in every game he plays, he keeps control.
Yeah.
So it's quite hard to copy these guys.
Absolutely, but I thought that was a masterful game from Mickey. Absolutely brilliant. Played just a couple of weeks ago. We have that position on the board, actually. E5 has been played by Navara, and this is a position where Mickey played b3. So at the moment we can see Yifan is considering her options on the board. Well, she was playing in Geneva as well. So
I think we're going to see b3 probably.
Let's see. Navara thought for 20 minutes over e5. Well, I'm sure he'll know that game as well. Let's move on to Noel Studer against Etienne So Noel lost yesterday against Harikrishna, yes, in this French.
Yeah, it was a wonderful game from Harikrishna, wonderful attacking game. This G4 move, which basically forced open the position. Noel tried to blockade with his knight on E6, but knight came to G5 and G4, and he couldn't maintain. He had to keep the position closed, and he couldn't.
So far, Noel has 1 out of 4, 2 draws, 2 losses. I think it's not quite deserved, actually, because he's played very enterprisingly.
Yeah, he lost that game against Leko in the first round in the wonderful game in the Benoni. Yeah, I mean, he's had the longest games. The first 3 days he played over 200 moves, probably even way over 200 moves. Sometimes I think maybe his opening repertoire is a little bit narrow. I noticed that for this sort of event, I mean, he's still quite young, so he needs maybe more time to develop a repertoire. But he played always, like I saw, he played over 30 games with knight f6 on move 3 in the French and never played anything else, so then people can target him. You know,
this is the danger.
People like Harikrishna can switch and target him.
Which exactly what Harikrishna did yesterday. He had prepared this incredibly dangerous pawn sacrifice. So we have a Catalan on the board, and Bacrot has played the main line, the old main line with d takes c4, and here it's absolutely standard to play a6 and play b5, and in that way to bring the bishop to the long diagonal. And then white has several moves: bishop f4, bishop g5, bishop d2 is probably the most subtle of the lot, and I think probably the most popular move.
Yeah, I think there's been about 10,000 games in the database from this position.
Indeed, we looked at it earlier, 9,937 games in your database.
Yeah, or the online database, chess-based.
Yeah, and
not my dodgy database.
Okay. In this position, b6 is one of 17 moves played by black in this position, and out of those, well, almost 10,000 games, only 62 of those games have progressed with b6, which looks like a very normal move to me in a sense. I mean, I've played this position with black for years, and white, and you know, didn't bat an eyelid, just played a6 instantly.
I suppose, yeah, the bishop on g2 is looking at the rook on a8, but you have a defence against knight e5.
You can play. Well, actually, in this position, you can take on d4.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, because knight d5 might allow e4.
Yeah.
So that's the tactical justification.
With some comp, I suppose.
Is that enough comp?
This was the speciality of some Russian player. I can't think who it is. It's possible. But instead of going into that, which I think possibly wisely, Studer has avoided that. Well, he didn't think for very long in this position. He's played bishop g5, but actually, I have to say, I don't like very much bishop g5. I'll explain why in a second. Queen c4 is the obvious move, and I don't see anything wrong with that. And then bishop b7, knight d7 gets us to a very standard kind of Catalan position, but black doesn't have quite the same space on the queen side as normal.
Or the same weaknesses, maybe?
You could argue.
A6, b5, it's double-edged.
You could argue that.
This could be said to be more solid.
Maybe. I mean, I think it's
less dynamic, but more solid.
Still slightly better for white. Obviously, you know, white just has more freedom. But instead of that, Studer has played bishop g5 after 1 minute, so he obviously is familiar with this variation. But the reason I don't like bishop g5 is exactly as shown by Bacrot, is that after knight d5, this offers an exchange of pieces. And I think this exchange is beneficial to black, because black, you can see in this position, is slightly cramped. The problem is where to put the queen. If you can't move the queen out successfully, as white can do, then it's hard to put your rooks in the middle, whereas and develop properly. Whereas after bishop g5 and knight d5 and exchanging, the queen is on a very stable square, safe square on e7. You're ready to play the rook to d8. And I think that just improves black's position. And indeed, after white recaptures, then black, well, who's ahead in development here? Black, obviously.
Yeah, no, this looks...
And c5.
Looks very comfortable. Very, very comfortable.
To me, I'm...
Black has equalised already.
I would say so. I'm very familiar with these kind of Catalan Queen's Gambit kind of positions. Perhaps where you get these hanging pawns here. But to me, this looks like a very, very easy version to play for black because there's already pressure here. You can maybe put a rook to the c file, get some pressure. On a good day, you play c4 and start this sort of queenside pawn majority. At the moment, there's no pressure to speak of on the d5 pawn.
And did he played this bishop g5 move very fast, you said, on move 8?
1 minute.
Maybe I can just check and see if it's been played before.
That'll be good.
Let's do.
But I think that's the position we have on the board. It seems to me that black has equalised, but we've got some more moves. So Studer did take on d5. Rook e1 protects this, and Bacrot has just come back with bishop b7. So job done, and he's supporting the d pawn. I think he's done that because sometimes if, for example, the rook moves to c8, then queen a4 could be irritating, hitting the bishop, and we're looking through to a7 as well. So Bacrot has just ducked back, putting the bishop out of danger, protecting the d pawn. But I still feel that black is absolutely fine here. Once the rook comes to the c file, then perhaps you gain a tempo against the queen. And watch out for this simple idea of c4 and starting this kind of pawn wedge on the queen side. I feel that black has pretty easy play. I'm not saying it's better, but it seems to me this is a roughly level position. Joe?
Yeah, it's been played a few times,
yeah.
15 or 16 times, bishop g5, and until I think knight d7 was, they played c5 first, followed by knight d7 in a couple of games, and there was games, decent players still involved.
So has knight d5 happened at all?
Knight d5, yeah, bishop takes c7.
Yeah.
Queen takes c7, queen takes c4, bishop a6, queen c2, and c5 have been played 3 times.
Okay. Also not bad.
Yeah. And there was a game involving Fressine, for example, of white, but he didn't get anywhere. But knight d7, maybe it's slightly more accurate. I don't know. Seems to be new, but similar positions. Well, it's not going to change too much.
It's hardly. I
suppose he could have played c5 and knight c6 in some lines, but
I suppose so. Knight d7 is hardly an earth-shattering novelty, is it?
No.
It's very standard.
This position's probably not so important, what's been played before. It's more about plans and ideas and what you know and understand.
Well, Bacrot is clearly very familiar with this position. And, as I said, I think it's just balanced already.
Yeah, Studer's a Catalan player. He's been working with Dorfman. It's his main opening. So he also should be fairly familiar. Maybe not quite as experienced, but familiar.
Well, let's try a move. Let's play. I'm just wondering whether white needs to take here first, or the thing is, if one plays a move like rook d1, it might be possible just to play c4 straight away, because that's what I want to do. Play b5 and get this nice pawn wedge. And if b3, well, again we play c5 to support it. And yeah, it's a slightly risky way for black to play.
White would really like to play e4 in these positions, but it's not easy to arrange.
No.
Well, you could play it, I suppose. You could go e4, and after takes knight d2, attacking 2 pawns.
Okay, here we go. Well, it feels like this one's going to liquidate very quickly.
If
you take back here and, we trade everything,
Yeah, I could take on c4 if I feel like gambling.
Yeah, okay.
I don't really.
Okay,
I agree.
Should be level.
It should be level, whatever he does, I imagine.
Yeah. Or, you trade here first.
Isn't that the only way White can really hope to get some sort of advantage, play against the hanging pawns?
I guess
You'd
so.
need a queen on a3 is often a good square for a queen in these type of positions. But
well, let's see what we can do with White here. So, rook d1. Or which rook to d1 is the next question.
In a bullet game, I would just play h4.
h4 with the idea, even that doesn't work. You wanted to do this, but I've got a saving move.
It still works because I'm going to win a pawn on c5. Maybe. Okay, let's not go too deeply into this variation.
Yeah, let's not do that. h4. I might play h6.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking to play e4 with White, but maybe.
Well, I won't play h6. I'll play knight f6.
Yeah. No, I won't play h4. I'm sorry.
Joke.
I was just
not serious.
No.
Well, do we want the rooks here or do we want the rooks here? Let's play rook here first, then knight f6. To me, it doesn't look like black has any difficulties.
Do you think in these hanging, but I'm not an expert on these hanging pawn positions, would black not prefer another minor piece because often he gets attacking chances? Or you think that's the less minor pieces, the weaker the pawns become?
I think it's okay.
You think it's okay?
Yeah, because they're not in any danger.
Yeah.
D5 is very securely protected. I don't quite see how they can be attacked. Once I do this, play the other rook to d8. No, of course, White's king is fantastically solid here, so black isn't going to be able to attack. But I just think the pawns are secure enough.
Yeah. I feel maybe the knight on f3 is a bit misplaced, and it's limiting the scope of the bishop. Maybe just to try and improve the position of this piece. Maybe be quite nice on the queen side, b3, a5, or. I don't think knight h4 to f5 is really going to help.
Well, he's played another move. Studa's played queen a4.
Well, yeah, this is a better square for the queen, maybe.
Well, it stops a rook coming to the middle for the time being. I'm wondering whether I can play. I've got to watch bishop h3 sometimes, actually. I wanted to play rook here, but then bishop h3 is.
You could end up in a bad bishop against a fairly reasonable knight position.
Could do. Yeah. No, I don't. I won't play that one. Well, let's play knight f6 and kind of straighten things out a bit.
Yes, I suppose I have first two moves that spring to mind are queen a3 and knight e5. I don't know which a Catalan player would be more worried about. Probably neither of them.
Yeah, after that one. Well, let me see. If I play this?
Now maybe queen back to a3.
To a3.
Maybe if I can get rook c1, knight d3. Maybe you need to protect your queen.
Well, yeah,
it's
but
it's a bit early for a move like king f8.
No, I'm happy.
You're happy with king f8?
I'm happy. Yeah.
Okay. And
I love this. The queen might go around the houses.
I could take on c5 now.
If you want to play check and take here.
Yes.
Very nice.
Always find a tactical solution, but maybe just to make sure the pawns are hanging.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I recapture.
And maybe knight back to d3, trying to maybe force them forward onto white squares. Maybe the knight can come to f4. I mean, I think I haven't got much experience, but I would just about prefer white here.
Yeah. I think black's fine.
Okay. So I suppose probably we'll have to exchange queens and play knight f4.
Now, depends whether
have you considered G5?
I have considered G5, and I'm going to play G5.
Not too happy to be back on. I've only got one move.
Back you go.
Yeah. I suppose I can play F4 now and bring the knight back in. But we're a long, long way, and maybe we need to. Well, folks, just show some ideas of,
That ain't going to happen.
Queen A4. Anyway, I like the queen on A3. I remember, when I was a kid reading some of these classic games collections and hanging pawns, and they always put the queen on A3.
Yeah.
So my knowledge goes back about 40 years, and I haven't really looked since.
Well, the famous Fischer-Spassky fifth game.
Is it?
Fifth game or sixth game? Anyway, the Tartakova variation.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Queen A4 is more challenging than the kind of stuff I was playing. I can see that Bacrot has just made a move, so we'll just wait for that before we shuffle onto another board. He's played Rook E8. The problem is I always feel in these kind of positions that I need 5 rooks.
Yeah, well, he's decided to defend against this powerful Queen A3 idea by defending his queen already, and so prophylaxis from Etienne.
Could be. But as I said, you need 5 rooks here because they look good on any
Each
of these squares. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, Rook E8, fine. Looks very normal. All right, well, we'll leave that one for the time being, but I think chances are kind of balanced there. So let's move to Alexander Morozevich against Rafael Vaganian. So Morozevich has 1.5 out of 4 so far. Vaganian suffering a bit. He's got 1 out of 4, having a hard time, but he is a class act. He won the Biel interzonal tournament in 1985. I think the 80s was really his heyday.
He goes back even further than us.
Yeah. But he was playing regularly for the Soviet team.
Well, he reached the final of the candidates or semi. He played Sokolov in a match. He almost challenged for the world title. I think he got to number 3 or 4 in the world.
Yep.
So.
And he's played his favourite French winner again. Now we saw in his game against Etienne Bacrot that he went for the Armenian favourite. This is one of his favourite variations, Bishop A5, and this is fantastically complicated, but as we saw, Bacrot hit him with a big novelty on move 20-something. As Etienne said after the game, yeah, well, he put the critical position on the board, pressed the button on the computer and went for dinner and let the computer do the work, and came back the next day and reproduced what the computer had spewed out.
Yeah.
And it's worked a treat. So Vaganian has gone back to another of his pet variations, which is this quite slow move, B6. After A3, instead of taking here, the bishop's gone all the way back.
I think, yeah, more often black probably takes on C3 and tries and plays bishop A6, which is the main idea of B6 is to exchange this bad French bishop if you can.
But normally, I think knight E7 first.
Oh, bishop A6. I've had many games of white in this position.
In this exact position.
Exact position. After takes, knight takes.
Queen G4.
Queen G4. They can play probably. Well, I've had G6, which is very ugly, played against me, and King F8. But there probably is a little bit better for white. There maybe knight E7 in some lines is.
Yeah, gotta say, I never liked those positions for black. Always loved them for white.
I suppose I quite often played not A3 but Queen G4, and then Bishop F8 happened.
Right, so
well, that's another option.
Yeah.
And Bishop F8 is probably the most common move in that position.
You just got to remember what Fischer said about the Winower variation in his book 60 Memorable Games. This hasn't happened, but this is obviously the main line of the Winower.
Yeah.
He said, he kind of admitted that, well, I've had a few problems against the Winower over the years, won some games, but, had a few difficulties. He said, but I just don't get it. I think it's anti-positional and weakens the king side.
Yeah.
All I need to do is quote Fischer. Anti-positional weakens king side. Why is it anti-positional? Well, you give up this incredibly important dark-squared bishop, and if white manages to get that bishop slicing through the position, then this is potentially a dream. And sometimes it happens, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, but white also has weaknesses which black, is able to exploit, and often white goes on adventures with queen g4, takes g7, and black sacrifices, as the white king is often not so secure. That's why it's quite hard, but in general, probably the winner main line is quite nice for white, but you need to be on good form to play this variation.
Yeah, for both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and of course, Botvinnik argued the other side of the case. Very successful.
So this is an interesting manoeuvre, this bishop b5 check. The idea is to avoid exchanging the white squared bishops at all costs. So he'll drop, we'll see it probably happened in the game, the sort of standard plan. So here we are, the bishop came back to c2. To be honest, I don't like black's position here already.
Yeah, I've played this a few times with white.
Yeah,
this manoeuvre.
It's very pleasant for white, this sort of position.
It's a great bishop. Of course, black's bishop is pretty good, but it's this very nice space advantage that white has on the king side because of the advanced pawn on e5. And so there's this whole sector of the board here that white can operate on with e5 as a spearhead, with white's pieces going through these diagonals. I've probably got a bit too much paint on the board.
Too much green on that board for me.
Sorry.
I think this line was fairly popular for a while until this plan with bishop b5 to a4 was discovered, maintaining the bishop, and then the line sort of dropped out really from mainstream games. But of course black's probably, I'm not sure what black's can do with his king.
Yeah.
Probably once he's played c5 so quick, he probably doesn't want to go queenside.
Well, we'll see. I agree. I like this very much for white, and there's this incredible concentration of pieces on the king side. The knights, the bishops, and sometimes the queen comes into play via d2 and f4. It feels just very easy for white to play.
It's quite hard to attack anything if black just waits. That's maybe the point. You can, what are you actually going to attack? Maybe knight g5 at some point, but black's probably going to have a knight on c6, keeping pressure on d4.
Well, let's see. Morrow has played h5.
Yeah, he's trying to force a weakness on the king side.
Maybe this. Let's see how that goes. Okay, well, early days, but all right. We're both fans of the white position.
Yeah, it's a variation. It's almost respectable variation for black. Vaganian's first choice was the line with bishop a5, and as he lost, he's gone for something else. He's also been playing the Alekhine variation this year, but that's probably not quite good enough at top level.
Yeah. But Vaganian is also very, very experienced,
of course,
with this particular line.
Yeah.
I remember him winning several games. Anyway, let's move on to Peter Leko against Pantala Harikrishna. So Peter Leko has 1.5 out of 4, and Pantala Harikrishna has 2.5. Let's go from the top.
Spanish, Ray Lopez.
Absolute main line. No doubt Harikrishna wants to get in the marshal. And we have an anti-marshal. Of course, there are many, many anti-marshals. You can play d3, a3, h3, but a4 is sort of the old anti-marshal.
Actually, I remember as a boy, I used to play this as whites, and then I was just afraid of the marshal, so I once played an anti-marshal, I was crushed by the marshal once, so the next time I decided to play an anti-marshal, I think maybe it was with h3, which is another well-known anti-marshal, but they still played the Marshal, and I lost even quicker. And I didn't play the Rye Lopez again for about 15 years, so I ended up taking up the King's Gambit and various other rubbish.
Oh,
so I'm scarred. I've terrified of the Marshal all my life.
That's how you ended up playing the King's Gambit.
Yeah, I played the anti-Marshal. He still played it and crushed me.
Should have just gone D4.
Okay, I was about 12.
No one taught you that one.
No, I play that now. That's what I play now.
Yeah, me too.
Sometimes.
The Yates variation.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. Okay, here we go. A4. And now bishop B7 is possible, but B4 is the move that the big guys have been playing over the last few years, which was always used to be frowned upon, because in this endgame it was always thought that white was slightly better because white can use this C4 square, but, well, Levon Aronian is the great practitioner of this variation from the black side, and he's proved that black is actually fine in this position. I'll play through these moves, Joe. I don't know what.
Okay. I'll check it, shall I? I'll check the variation.
Yeah, interesting to see what the databases have to say about this one, because it looks very familiar to me. I seem to recall even there might have been a game of Magnus Carlsen's this exact position, or Aronian as well. So we may as well use the database. I should say we're using a database to look up previous games. We're not using a playing computer, which is why we're blundering the whole time. What's the story, Joe? I mean, it looks to me as though, you know, if I were to pick a colour here, I would still choose white, actually, because control of c4, and if I get in f3, then that blocks the bishop b7. So white can use these slightly weakened squares on the queen side. But it's black's move, of course, so maybe there's some nice counter straight away.
If we just go back to move 12, I can maybe...
Yep.
It's like, so 12 h6 from black. Black's played 12 h6.
Yep.
So there's about 15 games involving the very, very heavyweight games like Karyak and Svidler, and Karyak, quite a few games have been there, Tomaszewski, Adams, Caruana, lots of top players playing this line.
Okay, if we fast forward...
The main move has been h3 on move 11, it was played 11 times. But Queen e2 was played in this game.
Yeah.
We have just two examples, Karyak and Tomaszewski, and lower rated players.
Only two?
And then in that game, went Queen e7.
Yeah, Queen e7, we have bishop c4.
7, bishop c4, and now rook. Oh, but we've transposed rook d8 was played by Leko himself. It must be by a different move order against Bologan.
Yeah, in this position, instead of knight d4.
Yeah,
okay,
Leko
but
himself played rook d8 with black.
Yeah, but knight d8, knight d4 played instead.
So knight d4 is a new move, from what I can see.
Yeah.
Just make sure. Oh no, it was played, a game between 2,300 players. Knight d4, c3 was played after knight d4. So knight d4 is like a newish idea. Maybe, I'm sorry, it must be a slightly different position.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, my computer's gone a bit funny, sorry.
Okay, let's just catch up with the moves. So after knight d2, bishop takes, queen takes, and now rook f d8, and Leko is thinking with white in this position. So the move I would like to play, okay, black is hanging in there with tactics. If I could give myself a couple of moves in a row for white, I would play f3, and then I would play knight b3, securing control over c5, and then I'm thinking to myself, this looks very nice. But of course there's the little tactic, rook takes, and queen c5 check, and a double attack hitting the bishop. And I think that's very important, actually, otherwise white would get control. So we can't play knight b3 because this is en prise.
Yeah, that is important, yeah.
So just for a moment, white has to put the brakes on. Now, how do you get control here? If we had king h1 in this position, I'm going to play king h1. This is no, it's just a ludicrous move. I'm not even going to bother.
I suppose black has time to. Is black going to play c5 if you play king h1?
Just clamp it down.
Then you'll have time anyway to defend.
Yeah, it could be. But anyway, I'm not quite sure what White's next move is to stop that tactic, because it's hard to.
We could play bishop bishop back to d3. It's a little bit passive, but maybe in order to move the knight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one option. I'm not sure it's not really a move you want to play. But
no.
There's
Well, let's try it and see what happens.
I mean, yeah.
Thing is, if I play c5, then maybe the knight hops the other way.
After c5, I'm quite happy with White's position.
Yeah.
c5, you probably don't need to play c5 anymore. But maybe we.
Okay, what if I play here?
Okay.
So, with a couple of ideas, maybe bringing out the queen here, maybe out here, maybe knight c5.
Yeah, the knight is not so great on c4 yet because there's no weaknesses with the pawn on c7.
Knight b3?
Knight b3, yeah.
No.
And now c5, and then we go back to d2.
Very subtle. Still feels a little bit more comfortable for White. I mean, I don't like the bishop on d3, but
it's trying to solve a concrete problem.
Exactly.
I mean, the bishop on c4, it's not really. It's not. We're not doing much either, really.
No.
It's slightly more active, but.
What can we do?
Does black ever play? Yeah, I mean, the black pawn structure is not perfect, is it? I mean,
no.
The b4, c7, a6, they're quite weak, quite disjointed. There's some weak squares. It's a bit like the pawn structure black has in a King's Gambit on the other side of the board, and there's lots of squares. Have you found an idea?
I haven't. I'm struggling. Knight
e8 to d6 doesn't look right.
Yeah, that's the other way to exactly. I was just
c5, c4, but I mean.
So knight d7, knight b3.
Maybe maybe my c5, knight d2 is not that serious, but maybe then black can play knight f8 to e6, coming into d4.
Yeah, it's
and
the kind of thing I was.
You know.
Let's see.
But at some point, White will be able to. It still looks a fraction better for White.
I want to, slight tactical problem.
Yeah.
I don't think I can take there. Otherwise, I mean, how serious is it if the knight comes in?
It's not that serious, but
not yet.
Perhaps White can then attack the pawn on a6.
Yeah.
With queen e2.
No, it's irritating. Yeah, bishop d3 is very interesting, as you say. It sets this up.
Maybe you can do it in a better way. But
yeah, it'd be nice to keep the bishop on a more active square, but could do. It's funny. It's the kind of move where, one imagines if we suggest it afterwards, they wouldn't come up with a reply. They would just kind of curl their lip, just like you can't do that. Well, I can see that Peter has made a move. Bishop d3.
Okay.
Oh, you're a superstar. Bishop d3 played. Fantastic.
And we know why.
There we are.
We've already gone through it.
We've understood why. Brilliant. Right, listen, I think we should just leave this game where it is.
Okay.
It's not going to get better than that, is it? So
no.
Bishop d3, well predicted, and I think we feel that White is a bit better here because of the positional threat of knight b3. I'm sure Peter is very happy with this position.
Yeah, it's his style, and he's not made any inaccuracies yet in the opening, so he'll be happy compared to the other days.
Let's go to the final game between Nico Gorgiadis and Ruslan Ponomariov. which started out like this.
Do you think Ponomariov would have played a dragon if he hadn't played knight c3? This move order? Probably not. I think
Probably not. So it's a dragon, and instead of the old way of playing with rook c8 and knight e5 or queen a5 even, he's gone for this.
This is only possible against this particular move order. If it had been, yeah. So it's a line where this move order was thought to be slightly inaccurate because of this line. I'm not sure what the latest theory is saying. I think they've been playing it again with white, but
this is, I mean, this is always known as the Chinese variation.
Okay. Isn't there another Chinese variation with rook b8 early on?
Oh, maybe that's the Chinese variation. I don't know. Anyway, this is meant to be quite acceptable for black, actually. Yeah, when you mentioned that it's only possible against this move order where white plays.
Bishop.
But
if
of course,
he played f3 and queen d2 first and waited with bishop b3.
But black doesn't have to play simply d6 here.
No, f3 you can play with d. I mean, in the regular move order.
Yeah, let's say
dragon,
this. Sorry,
queen d2.
Yeah.
And now bishop d7. And now castles. Now this line is not possible.
Yep.
And here, black. This is no good because it's on prise.
Yeah.
But because of the early bishop b3, which happened because of the accelerated dragon move order, you have to play an early bishop b3. This is why he was able to do this.
And in this position after f3, I think isn't d5?
d5's a move in some lines, yeah. There's a lot of tactical tricks. If you don't know what you're doing, you can easily lose very quickly with either colour.
So that's why bishop b3, and that, as you say, that allows this.
Yeah, that's why, in fact, they often play, instead of f3, they play h3 in that position to avoid this line. That's what I often did.
But then, of course, white won't be able to play the Yugoslav.
Yeah, it was bishop b3, d6, and then h3. Yeah, just so
right.
Yeah.
Bishop b3, d6,
now
h3.
h3.
Yes.
That was another line.
Yeah, I've played that with white.
Yeah, there we go. So there's a few like intricacies.
But let's get back to the game. So yeah, this is interesting. Bishop e6. I seem to remember Garwin Jones, English Grandmaster, who's great exponent of the dragon. I seem to remember him. I don't know if he played exactly this line. But
I'll just get up the database on this position, I think.
Yeah.
To see what's going on.
Well, so far it's been Nico Gorgiadis who's been consuming all the time. He's thought for, well, almost an hour over his moves, whereas Ponomariov considerably less. So Ponomariov still has an hour and 25 minutes remaining. Gorgiadis has 53 minutes. He is a bit of a time pressure addict, is Nico. So playing quite slowly these first few moves. But Nico, so far, doing extremely well in the tournament. He has 2.5 points out of 4. Which, quite a surprise, I would say he's probably one of the weakest in the tournament, but so far playing excellently. What's the story, Joe?
Yeah, the position on the board. He's castled, has he, on move 16?
Yeah.
This has already occurred a few times by... Black has won 2 games and 1 draw from this position, according to the database.
Okay.
I mean, they often don't take on e6 straight away. They've played knight b6 on move 15. That's like 70 games with knight b6.
Really?
Yeah. So that's like...
So bishop e6 was the move that Nico spent 25 minutes over.
Knight b6 is the main line. Lots of good players, both sides. Topolov, Ivanchuk, Shirov, Motiliev, etc.
Yeah.
And bishop takes e6 seems to be... It's a second choice move, but 70 games with knight b6, 15 with bishop e6 are not such good players.
Okay, so what happens for black here? Come on, we may as well use the database.
Well, after bishop takes, pawn takes, cast. Well, I mean, white has played, instead of castles, white's tried g4 and h5 as well, but after castles, black's usually played rook b8 or queen c7 are the two choices.
Yeah. Rook b8 or queen c7.
Yeah. And
feels funny with this pawn out on h4, slightly out on the limb. It looks a bit, I mean...
yeah, of course it'd be much better back on...
Slightly weakens g3.
Yeah.
But
So I assume he can't take the pawn on just tuning into the position.
or do you want to play knight b6?
Just,
Sorry, it's black's move. Sorry, which pawn?
no, so there was a game which went queen c7,
Yeah.
rook a3, knight takes e4, played by Donald Byrne, so this must be going back quite a bit.
Wow. Takes.
And rook takes f1, king takes f1, queen c4 check.
I see.
This was played in the United States Championship in 1966.
Okay, well, that's
So-
a nice little trick.
But that was probably rook a3.
Yeah, rook a3, not
Rook
too
a3
clever.
is like
Yeah.
set himself up. But anyway, there's yeah, the white king side's a little bit weak, but I imagine the position's about level.
Yeah, I mean, white's
There's
pieces are
nothing-
very
white's
well
pieces
coordinated.
are fine. It's double edged. Black's got the three pawns in the middle, which they can be good. They control all the squares, but not. It's double edged. Double edged.
Well, I suggest we take a short break now. We've gone through all the games, and yeah, it looks like things are brewing up nicely for another very exciting round. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, and well, do join us for the rest of the round. Welcome back to our coverage of round 5 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. Let's go straight to Hou Yifan against David Navara, which we left in, well, I think fascinating variation of the Najdorf. Well, we may as well go from the top, just for those of you perhaps rejoining or joining late. So it was a Najdorf. And after bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, and after h6, instead of the more traditional bishop h4, and this very sharp variation, Yifan played the move bishop c1, which is quite extraordinary because, of course, black can go back, and then we have a Najdorf variation where black has the extra move, pawn on h6. But instead, Navara played the knight c6, so we're in sort of independent territory now. And this was actually played, these moves, by Michael Adams in the recent Geneva FIDE Grand Prix tournament against Salem Saleh, and he won a beautiful positional game. And we're following that game exactly.
And of course, Hou Yifan also played in that tournament, and she might have been impressed by the game and chosen to try the same variation.
In that game, Salem played queen b6, and it went castles kingside. But Navara's gone knight f6, and now Yifan, after about a quarter of an hour's thought, castled on the on the queen side. Excuse me.
Which seems more logical, would you say, to castle queenside in this position? I imagine the point is after queen b6 with a knight on g4, it was impossible to castle queenside because f2 was on. So maybe that was the point of queen b6, to try and interfere with the most harmonious.
But of course, Mickey could have played something like this.
Yeah, but,
if he'd wanted to castle on the queen side, he could have done.
But maybe then the h3 is a slight weakness in some positions. Not much of a weakness, I agree, but.
I think it's interesting she's gone on the queen side. As you say, it feels natural when White's queen side is packed with pieces. I was talking with Vlastimil Hort the other day when he was doing a bit of commentary during the rapid play. And he was mentioning another commentator, Klaus Bischoff, well, of course, a very strong German grandmaster, who always refers to the bishop on a fianchettoed bishop as the Hausmeister, like the caretaker of the position, caretaker of the king. You know, always looks after the king very well, and it certainly has that feel about it here, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine that White's king is going to be under fire. Well, we'll have to see, but it feels like a very solid setup. So bishop e6 from Navara. I suppose if bishop takes, pawn takes, that's quite a pleasant clump of pawns. You never know when they might sort of lurch forward.
I'd be surprised if she took on e6 because it will allow black to play d5 a lot easier.
But then again,
I agree. It might not be so easy to play d5 because then the e5 pawn will be weak in that position. But the whole point is White is stopping black from playing d5. If black gets d5 in, then suddenly the black pieces will come to life. So while White's whole plan is he's got 3 pieces already. Has got 3 pieces already attacking that square.
4.
4. Okay.
But anyway, enough that this is covered.
Okay.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 defending, but the point is that e5 is going to be en prise. Okay, let me try and get the colour off the board, so I've got to hit the button. There we go. Right, we need a move for White, Joe. I'm going to press you on this one.
Okay, I'm going to come up with a huge move. I've been thinking about this. King b1.
King b1. I'm shocked. Well, why not?
Just, White's probably got 2 plans, I would say, in this position. One is maybe Oh, I suppose one plan is to play f4 eventually, or G attack on the king side and try and open the prise open the diagonal for the bishop on b2. No, there could be maybe he might double rooks on the d line as well. So there's basically the pawn on d6 and there's the king side attack. The knight might come to a4 in some positions as well.
I have to say I like king b1 because in some positions, there could be an irritating check here, and I mean you spoke about this plan of maybe doubling on the d file, which actually I think is very attractive. I'd like to do this, and although this is well defended for the moment, if we sacked an exchange here, then e5 could be wobbly. The squares on the queen side as well are attractive. So I think king b1 feels like a nice starting move. And well, let's see what black's doing as well, because the plans are, I think, for both sides are not so easy at the moment to determine. I mean, for example, if knight d7, I wonder if it could be possible to trade, and now e6 looks vulnerable. Queen g4, I've got to watch f2, of course.
Well, we can probably play queen g4 here.
Is this... Are we in straight away? I guess I could take here. Takes king away. It's probably not bad for black actually, because the rook is all right. Well, yeah. Let's go back. So king b1. I would like to sort of spin this round.
Try and force white to make a decision about taking on e6.
Well, with a knight on b6, exactly. Force a decision, and then, well, maybe later
dream about an attack one day.
We could dream about it.
I suspect.
You think takes anyway?
Well, we could wait for knight b6, which is not a great square for the knight.
Let me take, and let's do something about this pawn. So let me just play f3. Or is this now d5 is possible?
Well, d5 you probably have to meet with knight a4.
Yeah, still not so clear.
Which is now maybe a threat to take on. Could be a positional advantage, because the white bishop is a much better piece than the black bishop, and there are weaknesses, and even c4 might come for white. Put in even more pressure. If black plays d4, then it's just a horrific move positionally. The black's pawn structure is about as bad as it can get. Yeah,
I mean, could be a threat to simply take here and take on e5.
So black won't play d5 here after. f3 looks like somehow...
Might b6, too slow.
I don't like it because it restricts our queen. I mean... Maybe we could start with another move first, maybe even rook d2. After king b1, knight d7, rook d2.
Sorry, king b1, knight d7, rook d2.
It protects the pawn on f2.
Well, that's true.
And prepares to double, and then maybe after knight b6, now we have to take and go queen g4. Remember, it's a little bit more coordinated.
Yeah, it looks nicer, doesn't it? Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure, and now we can bring the other rook.
Let me see, rook f6.
Yeah, and probably now rook d1. We could then prepare, after queen f8, we're going to play the move pawn to f3, I suppose. We're quite happy if rook f4, we just drop the queen back. Potential exchange sacrifices could be devastating, because if d6 drops, e5 might drop soon afterwards in many lines.
Let me show that actually. I'm going to play a very cooperative move. So if queen f7 takes, looks very attractive, and as you say, e5, c6 weak, and white's king absolutely rock solid. I mean, it would be very nice. It does look attractive to double, so feels more comfortable. She's having a big think here. Clock time's 45 minutes to 58 minutes. Yifan has used a lot of time.
So you think white is slightly better? Would you assess this is slightly better for white? Or?
I think I'd feel more comfortable with white. So in that sense,
we prefer white. I think I prefer white as well.
But she's having a big think. Running short of time. Still only on move 14. That's the actual position on the board. So 26 moves to make and 45 minutes remaining. She's gone into the tank. Interesting.
Or maybe she considers king b1 a lazy move.
Lazy? You accuse me of being lazy? I don't know where you got that idea from.
It was actually me who suggested it.
Yeah, but I gave it a big vote of approval.
Okay. I mean, the other plan could be to play g3 and f4.
Yeah.
But it's quite hard to implement.
I was just thinking about it.
To try and prise open the diagonal for the bishop on b2 or to get... But that's one option, but...
I'd like to play that very much.
I mean, that was...
It'd be good, but of course we might have to preface it with h3. Well, we could play h3 in this position.
Yeah.
But it feels very slow, doesn't it? And then...
Well, we could start with g3, because if black's playing knight d7, or we won't have to worry about the g4 square.
Okay.
We'll have to,
Yeah, g3
g3
possible.
is the other sort of move, quite reasonable move. I mean, it's nice to play king b1 before the action starts, because if you start some tactical operations, you haven't got time for king b1 later. So it's quite often it's good to have the king safe before you get involved in sharp variations.
Yeah. Another possible move occurs to me, just playing knight a4.
Yeah, knight a4 is a good positional move actually as well.
I'm opening this up.
Yeah, threatening there, you might have to play a move like queen c7 or knight d7, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess knight d7.
Yeah, a little knight d7 though. These lines of bishop e6 and queen g4 can be a bit suspect, even if you do get to take on f2. You're opening up the king's side as well on these lines.
Yeah, I felt that one was actually okay for black. But if we go back...
It could be sort of a good move in those sort of positions for white.
Yeah. And maybe we have to play king b1 here. Of course, you know, we can't go back with this because of bishop g5. I mean, this is another way to play the position, and then just to double on the d file and just play very, very solidly.
Yeah.
I think that's completely legitimate.
I agree. Yeah.
Just very positional.
Yeah.
Mind you, okay, what happens on this? Oh no, bishop. I'm looking at the pins.
Bishop takes e5.
Yeah,
knight takes a4.
Looks very dubious, doesn't it, for white?
Seems a bit unnecessary.
I don't think we'll do that. Very risky.
There's no need.
Knight c5, or do we have to take?
No,
yeah, this one may not be so bad because if
c5, queen c8. Yeah.
I think black has actually cleared things there.
Yeah, there's not so many pieces left on the board now, is there?
Well, I've just seen that Yifan has captured on e6.
Okay.
After
Long
40 minutes. Wow. 40 minutes. That's a big investment of time. And of course, David
I hope she plays her next move quickly.
She planned a little blitz flurry.
I think the next
after 40 minutes.
This move, I don't think we'll be waiting too long. Maybe she'll change her mind and think another 20 minutes.
I've just seen she's played the pawn to f4. Well, that's why she thought for 40 minutes.
Okay.
Because suddenly she's just set off a bomb
solution
in the middle of the board.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So what happens after pawn takes pawn? e5.
On with the job.
And now, I suppose, we have to play knight d5. Looks quite ugly at first glance. And now e takes d6, queen takes d6, knight e4. c4 coming as well in some positions.
Okay, queen back.
Yeah.
Now what?
Now we have to play queen g4.
Queen g4 looks...
threatening checkmate and to take on e6.
Yeah.
Looks awful. Well, we have to...
Rook f7.
f7.
Takes... Well, it certainly looks more pleasant for white.
It's a huge positional advantage for white. The black pawn's badly placed. Okay, so f4, other moves, knight d7. And maybe queen g4. as an idea.
Well, it's funny, it can transpose back into the kind of lines we were looking at, actually.
Yeah, but maybe she's got better than this.
I'm sure, yeah.
I mean, taking on e5, is there any tactics?
Well, what you could do is simply take on e5 and play knight a4.
Yeah, and that's a worse version, isn't it, of the other?
So we're hitting the knight, and if it goes back, then the pawns... Well, if it goes... In fact...
He won't go back.
Can't go back. Queen g4.
You'll have to play bishop f6 in that position.
Now, let me see... d6... Looking
Can
a
you
little
play knight c5, attacking e6?
Yeah, then queen...
C8,
oh no,
rook takes
d6,
yeah.
yes.
So,
just show that.
after knight c5, other ways to defend e6.
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Feels...
No, knight to b7.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe not rook e8. Can he play queen e7? And then knight takes a6 maybe.
Whoa. I wouldn't mind that. That looks very dodge.
Queen b7.
Queen b7.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Okay, or c5
yeah, we don't
or
want to
something.
do that. Yeah, yeah.
Looks dreadful. Yeah, but this does look suspect. Let's just go back again, because in this position, after how do we get there? Bishop f6. Yeah, that might not be too bad. Queen e7. But in this, instead of playing knight c5, for example, what happens on bishop a3? Just to hit this.
Well, my first reaction would be to play d5 in this position.
Just to give the exchange.
Yeah, and now we can... I've activated my bishop, maybe some black squares, the white king could be in a little bit of danger. Bishop takes f8, queen takes f8. I think I would... I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that would be my first reaction.
Yeah, well, let's just show that with the queen coming down here in combination with the bishop.
And we've got d5, and we solved our positional problems, and we got activity.
Yeah.
And it's quite good if you're worse, you're struggling, just to change the position. It's quite good. It's quite difficult for white, perhaps, if you know, to adapt to the new circumstances. So often, if you've got a bad position, just try and change things on the board.
Very true.
Even if it's, you know, might not be objectively sound, it's sound enough here, I think.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
My first reaction would be to target that bishop, and if the worst comes to the worst, I'll hack it off.
Yeah.
I don't think white's worse.
No, I'm not saying white's worse. I mean, we could already... I mean, I don't know if knight c queen... Some ideas with...
Basically, white, I think, can get away with this because the knight is covering b2. So, you know, this check and knight c4, well, it's just not threatening anything. And now, of course, this is tremendous for white.
Yeah.
So, well, that's not going to happen. But would I prefer to be white here?
I might prefer to be white here as well, but I'm just...
Maybe. Yeah, it's possible.
Just trying to find a solution in the position that doesn't look very... Maybe bishop f6 is not the best move, but I'm trying to find some activity for black here. Maybe we could just go back again?
So let's just quick recap. That's the position on the board. f4 played by Yifan. And...
What other options? Does she have any other options here?
And we've been looking at knight d7.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite right.
Well, hang on. What if... I'm just thinking... If I can allow this incredibly ugly move... If I... Okay, I need to protect this one, but if I duck to the side, is this just disgusting? If I do this, this is... Queen c4.
This is disgusting.
This is disgusting, yeah. We'll just leave it there. Look at those pawns, terrible. Knight d7 looks like...
Queen a5 is no good, I think, because of pawn takes, queen takes, and then maybe we got a check in some lines, so after that I was wondering. Knight d5, we've got queen g5, check.
Here.
But somehow it looks very suspicious, doesn't it? Queen takes e5.
Okay, let's just have a quick think here. Let's see. Takes now.
King b1.
King b1. Sort of, absolutely.
And now a huge threat of knight d5. I suppose no. I won't suggest
King
that.
h8.
No, I just want to. After knight d5, we can try and sacrifice the queen, come in under black squares somehow with a knight on e4 and a bishop on f6. But I think it's just
well,
it's
I was going to suggest
optimistic.
queen h5.
Queen h5, yeah.
But then queen c4, d5, just take it. So
Yeah.
it's obviously good for white, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Black position's very shaky. Oh, we're not going to play. No, queen a5 is probably not. It's quite hard to find a
wait
move.
a second, queen. Yeah, queen
c5.
c5. Let me try that.
Okay. So we could switch back to a knight a4 plan maybe after a move like queen c5. Maybe just e5 next move.
It's better for white, isn't it?
e5's going to give white a big advantage.
Yep.
Of the pawns on a6, c6, e6 isolated afterwards.
Well, it looks to us as though knight d7 could be the best option. But we did kind of rush through this very quickly. We looked at f takes e5, but there's also queen c4 to think about.
Yeah. Attacking two pawns.
So rook f4. Let's delve into this one and see if this gets...
Yeah, we did look at this actually.
Yeah, after queen g4, yeah. So king in the corner, maybe. Now, we're getting closer to another exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
So how about rook f1?
Yeah, rook f1 looks very logical. Maybe queen f8 is possible. And then rook takes f1.
Yeah.
So if rook takes rook, it's queen takes rook with check, but then maybe two pieces are attacked and we can't defend them. And then, so that doesn't work.
So the reason let me explain this. The reason I'm playing rook f1 is that, well, this rook can't hop across to f8. So I'm just trying to gain control of a file
Rook f1
by
is a
this
very
exchange.
good move, and if it...
I mean, white just looks better in this position. How much, I don't know.
I think white's a lot better. That would be my initial feeling.
Yeah.
Because the white pawn structure's better, the white pieces are more active, the white king is probably safer.
I suppose the only problem is that after this it takes a bit of pressure off the d file.
Yeah.
So now, if I come back, how bad is this? The queen looks great, but can we do anything with it? g4.
Yeah, that was my first reaction
g4
as well.
g4, g5, rook f3.
Trying to exploit this early h6, the extra h6, but then maybe...
Queen d7, rook f6, of course.
Yeah, very nice.
Very. So it's difficult to get rid of the queen.
g4 is a good move.
It's a bit slow motion.
Rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7.
g5. Well, maybe not.
I can't get these guys in the game, that's the problem. Yeah, rook h3, g4 or something. Not quite
Okay, if you
happening.
just play h4, maybe we don't mind the exchange of queens, we can still be...
Okay.
First
Well,
of
we're still
all,
at queen
got
f7.
Queen f7 to g6, sacrificing the pawn there.
Okay, let's trade.
Okay.
g5.
Just wondering if it could still be quite promising. beginning to look like black might be okay.
I think black is okay.
Yeah, black's on okay.
Yeah.
So maybe rook f1's a bit slow.
But wait a second. Let me see that again because it looked. Just wondering if there's a better move here. Knight a4.
Knight a4 is often quite a good move in the structure, but
because sometimes, you know, for example, in that end game, I would like to dive into c4.
of course, yeah. And if knight takes e4, you're planning bishop takes e5.
I don't know what I was planning.
No, sorry, not from, what are you planning?
I don't know, rook
Oh, sorry.
f7 or something. Rook f7. How's that? All right, we're a long way from reality.
We're a long
well,
way.
I've just seen that David has played knight d7. So this is going to be interesting, whether she dives in with one of these moves, or we were also considering taking and playing knight a4, which probably take a look at some of the other games. But very dynamic continuation from Yifan, who's obviously put in a lot of calculation. So let's move to Noel Studer against Etienne Bacrot. And we left the position way back here with me confidently saying black is absolutely fine. Already equalised. But it's turned out to be not quite as clear. So typical hanging pawn position. And now e4, that's on the board. Well, if white can get away with this, splitting the pawns, then that's a bit annoying. Obviously something like this. There's an isolated pawn. However, even this might not be too bad.
Except this knight takes c5 possible.
If it is, then I've got a problem. Checkmate. Okay, well, I'm not going to be so cooperative anyway. d4. That's generally the way we should try and answer this. And he's just played d4. And knight b3.
Knight b3's happened.
Yeah,
okay.
That's on the board. So Noel is attacking here. Clock times 39 minutes for Studer and 53 for Bacrot.
So after knight e6, I suppose, or knight he's going to defend the pawn, or is he? Bishop h3 is a bit risky, but
why not?
Are we really going to be able to take the knight? Well, I'm worried about the white squares around my king afterwards, but it's the first reaction.
Okay, what if I push on? Can I push on, or is that too much? Oh yeah, knight g5.
Yeah. Well, I don't like bishop 8, knight g5. We're giving up material. But maybe we should look for a more solid move first.
Oh, before we rush in with 96, let's sort of take things in.
Yeah.
96 seems obvious, but let's just survey our options. Well, I was wondering about d3 actually for black.
And
well, the point is that
rook takes
I
c5.
want to play rook c5. Yeah.
Let's just find out.
Is that just fine, or have I got some tricky stuff with d2? Perhaps I should be very cool and play rook d8.
Maybe I can blockade with knight d2.
Yeah, true.
I imagine you have to keep, if you play this, you have to keep coming on with the pawn. Roll on, as you said the other day.
Roll on, JJK.
Now I suppose rook d1, or is there another move?
Okay. And this is on now.
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
That's probably worth. Probably take straight away, no?
Yeah.
And if we take on
C8.
C8, might as well get.
And can we grab this one?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Queen takes. Let's head back home.
Maybe you should have taken on C5 first.
When?
I don't
Here.
know. Yeah. And then we can take.
But then knight takes. Defends everything. It's a bit annoying. So what was I doing? Bishop e4, takes.
Etienne's just played knight e6.
Yeah, okay, solid. We were
just wondering.
just wondering. We were rolling on, as you say. Yeah, he's played it.
I saw his hand do the move.
Yeah.
Even though it hasn't appeared, it's appeared now.
Harikrishna having a good look at this game.
Yeah.
We'll move on to his game soon. But knight e6 played, and no, that's on the board. Okay, knight e6 of course is the sensible move. To hold c5, and let's just bear in mind d3 because you know this is what gives black the dynamic chances.
It's quite interesting he played knight b3 so quickly. Maybe he's been thinking about it earlier, but it's quite a committal move. Because the knight could be quite good on c4 in his positions or where it's blockading the pawns. The knight b3 is more ambitious.
Well, he's also followed up very quickly because he's played rook c4.
Okay, nice. So his plan is just to double rooks on the c file and take the pawn on c5.
I suppose so, yeah.
Which is probably means that Bacrot
but I
needs some counterplay.
But this is risky.
Yeah.
This is very risky because the king side starts to look slightly shaky, and don't forget that d pawn as well.
I agree. I'd be surprised if there weren't some tactical resources for black in such a position.
Well, I mean, one thing that strikes me straight away is that let's solve our back rank problem. Let's find out if this is a real threat. So I want to play h5 because this could be very useful indeed if white is sending all his pieces to the queen side.
Maybe h4 is a good move. Stopping knight g5
well, that's
ideas.
true.
Maybe that's in white's favour.
I'm wondering whether it's time to launch. I got a frown from you, Joe. I got a frown.
Looks a little bit early.
I'm launching.
Okay, I'll take that pawn. And now I'll probably take another pawn.
Which one?
I was looking at the pawn on d4.
Oh, pin and win. You can't take it though.
All right, that's fine. Oh, it's pinned. Sorry. Yeah,
I'm protected.
A blunder. Yet another blunder.
Just point that out. Queen is still protected.
So I was looking at knight takes first. So, okay.
h4 on its way.
No, I'm going to punish you now.
Oh no, please don't
punish you with the move queen d2.
Oh, Karpovian.
You don't feel punished?
Not yet.
It's just
I'm
your
not
position
feeling
is...
I'm not feeling it.
Now that you've opened up the king side in our favour.
Okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play here.
Yeah.
And now, beautiful positional move.
Okay.
Take it, and then what a knight.
Okay.
Who's punishing who?
Well, I'm a pawn up as far as I can see.
You are a pawn
Bishop
up.
f1.
But what a knight.
Well, at knights...
well, I mean...
I think it's dominated by the bishop on f1.
Do you think... My knight is dominated by the bishop on f1.
I was just planning to play f3 and king f2.
That's a very optimistic way of viewing this position, if you don't mind me saying so. Well, I don't know even where to start.
We're far, aren't we? Yeah.
We are. I like black's position a lot.
I'm not so sure.
You're not so sure?
If I can consolidate f3, king f2, and then we start going after the c-pawn again. But we're a long way. I'm not sure that I've played the best moves here.
I'm going to play F5.
Okay.
I think you've played the best moves, Joe, but I think your position is in its last throws.
Well, I'll continue with pawn to F3.
Yeah. Have I gone a bit over the top?
Don't see it myself. Oh, okay, I'll take with a knight.
Have I gone too far? I'm going to take it.
I'll take with a rook.
And you think you can survive? Yeah, okay, my attack looks a bit thin
win.
there.
I was about to play b4.
Fair enough. Okay, am I just going to be greedy and take a pawn?
Yeah, but after f3, king f2, I'm solid and can play moves like knight b3 again.
Oh, what if I play this?
I'm going to give up the exchange. Maybe.
Are you? How?
Maybe.
How?
I'm going to play...
Please.
Okay, yeah, okay. I was going to play f3 again, but maybe... And king f2? I thought you were going to play knight e5, that was the idea.
Yeah, but suddenly I got attracted by a pawn. Okay, after this, draw?
No, king f2.
You think you're better?
I think I'm better here. And then rook
yeah,
c1.
that's spineless, taking that pawn. Utterly spineless.
I'm not sure that the moves h5, h4 are going to be played in the game.
This was played rook e d8.
Yeah, there we are.
Bacrot didn't like my move h5. Curiously.
I'm sure Studer wouldn't have liked my move h4 either. He's played rook e d8. He's getting behind the passed pawn.
Exactly. To me, that looks very...
I agree. I think he needs to wait for rook e c1. I was going to try and point that out earlier. Before we start tactics, why not wait for rook e c1, which basically makes the white position more vulnerable?
Yeah. Well, it feels to me that as though this d pawn is suddenly going to have its moment.
Well, he won't be able to take on c5 after...
No.
I mean, after rook e c1... I mean, if we play d3, for example, he can't take on c5. So there'll be some d2 will finish at some point.
Yeah.
We'll win.
Whether we push straight away, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it could be time for h5 again.
Yeah.
Well, just okay, forget the attacking idea. It just solves my back rank problem. Feels like to me as though black has sufficient counterplay just because this d pawn could be huge. I remember I've spent a long time looking at these kind of hanging pawn positions actually, and in particular I was analysing a particular variation of the Catalan, closed Catalan, or sort of Queen's Indian Catalan. And there's a wonderful game by Anatoly Karpov with exactly this structure where white got in e4 and he played d4. Was it against Lautier? I think it was against Joel Lautier from a few years back. And Karpov just... First I thought, oh, Lautier has this nice blockade and stuff, but Karpov just proved that this structure is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. No, I'm sure Bacrot has it all under control here.
Yeah.
But a tense position. Let's move on to Morozevich against Vaganian. Well, a lot has happened. Let's go back to this position. That's where we left it. We better play through very quickly. And something very surprising occurred. Bishop takes knight. And then c4, just allowing this a pawn to be taken. Joe?
Just completely confused, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
He just seems to have lost a pawn with... I can't really see any compensation. I still like white's position. I think he's a pawn up with compensation.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened.
Does
it just looks quite... Even this taking on h5 move looks very ugly as well. Okay. So
looks to us as though white just has a great position here.
Just tremendous.
Knight on f6 kills any counterplay because it controls g8.
He's probably going to go bishop c2, takes f5, and okay,
that's a funny one. So rook here, I guess he can just take here.
Take on f7.
He's given up the exchange. This is not good for black. He's the exchange down. What's the pawn count? Exchanging the pawn down. No, Vaganian's utterly lost.
He's completely lost.
Oh, he's found a tactic.
Is that the position on the board?
That's the position on the board. Well, I would suggest Morozevich is just calculating exactly how to finish him off. I mean,
rook takes b6 is.
There's also, you also could take and bring the rook across.
He's got no check on the back rank.
So if I do this and here and rook here.
No check, so he has to go.
No checks.
Queen e2. No, sorry, queen a2, queen e4.
Queen e4, I thought. At least there's something here, but so we don't need to plunge in yet. But if I come back, well, okay, we have to be a little bit careful because there's some counterplay here.
Yeah, we could play a5 as well as an option.
Let's go back here. Let's just think it through. Must be winning for white.
It's a perfectly good move as well, isn't it? Attacking the knight, but
just wondering about taking here. And then knight f5.
We can just, I mean, with the exchange and a pawn up without much compensation, even if we play a line, just, I don't know, probably he's got better than this, but if we just play, or queen f4.
Yeah, queen f4. Well, I wanted to stop rook g8, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
That's why I played there.
I mean,
it must be winning.
There's no compensation, really. Yeah, this looks like it's been a bit of a disaster for Vaganian.
Maybe he's just thinking through something else. Maybe he just doesn't want to allow the queen in. Another thought is to play something like this. And now just to protect that.
And after knight takes e2, you'll want to play queen to e2.
I want to trap the knight. Just to take back the knight.
But he's going to play knight a3 to c4.
He's got that.
While the queen on c8 defends a6.
That's...
So this would be the one-way.
Yeah. There might be a killer move here, maybe in this position, because. Well, another way, if we don't want to allow the queen in, is simply to retreat the rook.
Of course, rook b2 is perfectly good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's better than the other line, but there's probably a lot of. I'm not sure what's. I mean.
So takes, and now, well, knight f5, and now bring the queen over to the danger zone.
I mean, even if, for example, white just played rook takes h4, he'd have a winning position, pawn up with his king. Right, I'm not saying he should do this, but just to show how good his position is, he can even do this with a completely winning position.
2 pawns ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is probably, you know...
Should be good.
Can we just go back quickly to see what is to move 13, to see what exactly he did?
Very odd. This move, bishop takes c2, is very strange.
Well, he, you know, normally they do want to take that knight because the bishop's not that great a piece, and I think the main plan for black is to take the piece as soon as they can. But the problem here is his a pawn, because if after, yeah.
Well, so why didn't he play b5 here?
What did he overlook?
Maybe there's something here he wasn't happy with.
I suppose.
Take on c5. Is this the issue? Well, I prefer white in this position.
Fair white, but it's still, you know, it's within the range of a reasonable position. You know, it's better for white, but not over.
Could take here. And put the bishop back on f8.
The bishop will go back to f8, and then, you know, it's normal. Looks quite bad for black. But why? I mean, still, I don't understand why he just gave up.
Strange.
Yeah.
Still better, but yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what's happened. Well, in fact, Morozevich did take, and he has put the rook back on b2.
Okay. Well.
So we guessed another one right. Okay, it's a winning position.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Peter Leko against Pentala Harikrishna. And we left the game here. No, we left it here after your move, bishop d3. Bishop c8, and this is a very strong move. We were looking at this a little bit earlier. And the point is that if white plays knight b3, looking to head into c5, which is a beautiful square for the knight, then after bishop e6, the problem is after knight c5, there's a tactic, simply hitting the queen, and then we take the knight.
Could I just ask a question?
Yes.
What about playing the move queen c5 in this position?
Queen c5.
How about, it's, yeah, just about. I'm just wondering, that's probably, I know we want the knight there, but.
Yep, why didn't he do this? I'm looking at the tactics.
Yeah,
I can't get the tactics in.
Yeah. I think we won't be able to take on b4 because of rook b8. Next move, if the black queen moves, I suppose he could play king f8. Yep. King f8's a good move, isn't it?
Takes. And then knight here. We've got our knight in, our beautiful knight.
Or maybe black should keep the queens so that the knight can't get to c5. Instead of king f8, maybe the black queen can move to e8 or d7, I'm not sure.
Let's try queen e8.
The idea is if queen takes b4, then we can either go rook d3 or rook b8.
Yeah.
Rook b8's best, I suppose.
And then take... Okay.
Maybe it was better to play rook takes d3 at once. So.
Oh, yes.
And then rook c takes, and then rook b8.
And we've got this.
Should be better. Well, yeah, it should be better for white.
So maybe that's the move. And the white's pieces just tread on each other's toes just for a moment.
White can take 2 pawns, 3 pawns, but none of them. Black has a lot of pawns on Pries. Probably none of them. He's not able to take any of them at the moment.
So the game went knight c4.
And the point is, in that position, black is threatening bishop takes b3, which is why it's...
Knight h5, so
Knight
activating
h5,
this one. Well, this is very subtle. The knight went back again. And rook e2. So clearly Leko wants to challenge on the d file, and at the moment I guess that would be hacked off. I suppose, yeah, it would be, because there's problems on the back rank. Let's just show that. So queen takes, rook takes, and black is absolutely fine. So that's why he's gone rook e2. They're still fighting for these queenside squares, aren't they?
So looks like a heavyweight battle.
Not kidding. Clock times, 32 minutes remaining for Leko and Harikrishna, 44 minutes. They're working hard for some squares.
Yeah, they're really fighting. I mean, there's sometimes these games, if you're just playing through them quickly at home, it looks like nothing's happening, but there's a lot of ideas behind these manoeuvres.
It's Peter's kind of position. Well, in fact, both players, very classical, very good positional players. Right, what's the move for black? Joe, over to you again.
Okay,
You've shown your mastery of these kind of positions.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we want to play. Probably we don't want to play c5 anymore.
Do we not? Should we?
It gives us.
You see,
I'm a little bit worried about the pawn on a6. Maybe.
Well, I mean, the reason why I think it might be possible is that I can perhaps target this one sometimes.
But after rook d2, queen c7, I suppose, or c6.
I'm overloaded, aren't I?
Yeah, exactly. I'm a bit worried about the pawn. If you take with a queen on d8, we can take on e5.
But if I play instead, I can't play queen c6 because e4.
Yeah.
But then e4 is on. Okay, let me try.
Yeah, but then again, we're going to have the same problem with the pawn on a6.
Yeah, let's just show that. And that is the problem. Okay, interesting. So c5 probably not good after this move. Yeah, okay, so I need to find another. What if I play knight d7?
Yeah, back we go.
Yeah.
Problem with knight d7, we probably double again. There could be a pin on the d file. Rook d2 and rook d1 maybe. It's looking a little bit awkward. The black pawn, I think this is actually quite good for white. Maybe rook e2 is a very good move. I think black still has a few problems to solve in this position.
I mean, I was just looking at this, but it's
yeah.
Here and now, queen. Well, I need to protect the bishop, of course. Queen e6. Trying to solve this problem.
Then we're going to take on c4, and then you take back, I suppose. And if we take on e5, you can take on e4.
Exactly. But there's still problems on the queen side.
Even
actually.
that ending is quite bad.
Yeah. So
just take.
Which one do we take first? D8?
Doesn't matter, does it?
Probably not here.
And then we're going to play knight c6. And then we're going to go knight takes b4 and knight takes a6. And we're not going to worry about your activity because we're going to get a queen in about 3 moves.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah,
so
this bishop on f1 still targeting the pawn on a6. I mean, of course, they've studied this position, the two players, quite thoroughly. So they know the... I mean, it's a positional advantage, a5 pawn against the a6 pawn. It's probably the whole point of the variation. At some point, this a6 pawn becomes vulnerable.
Well,
I think white's slightly better here.
Definitely, yeah.
It feels like white's slightly better.
No, rook e2 looks like it's...
Yeah,
could be gaining control.
Nice
Very nice move. Okay, let's continue our survey. Nico Gorgiadis against Ruslan Ponomariov. And we left it here. Actually, as you pointed out, Joe, a theoretical position. It's been seen before. Although we weren't very impressed with White's position, and I think that Ponomariov has put his finger on one of the problems, is that these squares are rather weak.
Yeah, if the pawn was back on h2, maybe white might even be able to claim a small advantage, but...
King is a little bit dodgy.
Yeah.
It's all about king position.
Yeah, look at that already. There's a threat of playing maybe d5, discovering the attack.
Yeah, and although this closes the diagonal, of course, the second rank is a little bit exposed. Those pawns are slightly sensitive. And we got one more move, rook a2, 2 more moves. Rook f2, queen b5, rook a2.
Rook a2, if he has to play rook a2.
Split rooks, I don't like split rooks. Well, yes, presumably he wants to drag this one back into the game.
So he wants to, yeah.
Clock times, well, you can see Nico Gorgiadis, 7.5 minutes remaining, still got 18 moves to make, and Ponomariov still has a whole hour on the clock.
Well, Ponomariov's a very practical player. He's playing fast. A variation, Nico might have been surprised by the variation, I think. It looks, well, I mean, maybe the white position is okay. I'm not, black's also pawn structure's not that great. There's weaknesses there as well. If he can play, I mean, black's active. I'm not sure he's better or anything.
Hmm.
Can you see a good move here?
Not yet.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at sort of Queen E5.
Yeah, trying to force white to play F4 and then hop back to F6,
exactly.
G4 with a knight.
Exactly.
I think we think alike.
That's my first thought, is to just tickle the king side a little bit.
So let's play F4 anyway. Let's fall in with.
Yeah, I mean, there's also Queen G5. Queen G5 might be the most sensible, actually.
Because after F4, you might even be able to play knight F6 at once.
Nice.
I'm not sure, but it's an option.
Well, anyway, even if the queen just retreated, but Queen G5 is the one that would be most concerned about. Then Queen D4, if we creep in.
Note how he places rook on C7, protecting his E7 pawn. Not just a coincidence.
Not
many lines, it can be quite important, I imagine.
King G2 kind of tightens things up a bit.
Can we? No, we can't. I'd like to try and trap the white queen somehow. With some.
You're looking at
some.
Nice F4, rook F4.
Can't make it work.
No. Well, still okay actually. I think. Let's have another little go. I actually want to sort of try and get in D5 at some moment.
That's yeah.
It's hard to though.
Problem with D5 is that the white piece, the queen will become active. The E5, if to just take on D5. No, it's not. Maybe rook A2 is a good move. I'm planning knight C3.
If white holds it together, then he's okay.
This position can be fine.
Yeah.
And Nico's surprised, or maybe not surprised, but he's been doing very well in this tournament. He's been playing very good chess, fighting hard when he has to. So, he's got 7 minutes, you said, for 17, 15 moves. Or
he's got 7 minutes, but he's only 21 years old.
He's got 30 seconds added on each move, so he's got like 20 minutes or a bit less, 15 minutes of a time control.
He's only 21.
Yeah,
get away with stuff.
7
like
minutes
that.
is. I mean, when I was 21, I would never worry until I had about a minute left on the clock. I would just play. Didn't worry me much.
Queen E5, Queen G5. That's very annoying. How's the end game?
Well, it's like. I suppose you want to follow up with takes on H6. Otherwise, the knight. Yeah, exactly. The knight is very badly placed.
Yep, that was my thought to do that.
And we're going to take it, I imagine, or maybe not. I don't have to. And now I suppose knight's coming back to C3, attacking the pawn on A5. Endgame's going to be good for white.
Sure.
No. I'll play knight D1 maybe.
I think it's still about equal, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think it should be too much of a problem for black.
I think it's about equal. I mean, but it's dynamic still.
Maybe. Well, we can pretend. Knight here. B3. Can I try and get this in? Yeah, D5. Or rook here. D5.
I think white would be very happy to get the queens off.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe this queen E5 move is not necessary.
Yeah. Well, our initial thoughts that things are a little bit sensitive for white, well, in fact, looks quite solid enough.
It looks like some sort of dynamic equality. Both sides have got problems and.
So
has he moved?
No, Pono hasn't moved yet. Has he got his bananas today? That's crucial.
He's got his drink. I don't know. Yeah.
He's got his drink. He's got looks like a store of seeds or something like that.
He doesn't need. I think he'll keep his bananas until he's got 10 minutes left on the clock. That's when they're most useful.
We saw this the other day. He came down for analysis, and he was quizzing Joe about his bananas.
Well, he was worried because it was getting quite near 7 o'clock when the supermarket across the road closes, so he didn't want to stay here with us because he might miss his bananas, so he had to run off.
Yeah. Do you?
I like bananas as well.
In the middle of the game?
I noticed for a while a few years ago, I was like flagging in the 4th hour, so I started making sure I had always a banana with me, and then even 2 bananas at some points. And that made a huge difference.
Really?
My rating went back up 50 points after I started. And I'm not joking.
Wow.
I mean, so bananas, chocolate's also quite good, but bananas and chocolate during the game.
Well, we mentioned tennis players earlier. That seems to be the standard thing for tennis players.
Yeah.
Have a banana in the second set.
Yeah. No, banana, it's worth about 25 rating points each banana.
There we go. You heard it here first. Bananas. That's our big tip of the day. Yeah, I used to favour slice of cake after move 40.
It's not as good.
No, it's not as good.
No.
Didn't do me that good.
Okay, well, next time, if you ever play again.
My next career. When I resume my career, it'll be bananas. I think we should take a short break while the players are mulling things over. So we'll be back in a little over 10 minutes, maybe. And we'll see you soon for the resumption, for the rest of these games, rather. Welcome back to our coverage of round 5 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. So we're right in the middle of the round, but, well, there's one game which does seem to be drawing to a close fairly soon, and that's Alexander Morozevich against Rafael Vaganian. That is the position on the board. Even pawns, but extra exchange for white. And black's king doesn't look too clever on that side of the board. Do you see any hope for Rafael here?
No.
No,
None.
in a word.
None. I mean, he can't afford to exchange queens, and he's got a king that's wide open. So, I mean, if white can play like rook b1, a5, a6, just to think of one plan, and then he can, you know. He's just played his queen back to c7, so there's probably no immediate mate. But
it does.
a5 looks like a good move, doesn't it? I mean, and then the knight can't really go anywhere. So
it's almost Zugzwang, actually.
Yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, it just looks winning. In fact, Morozevich has played pawn to a5. They've reached the time control. I wonder whether Vaganian might actually just resign here. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not looking good. I should say that some people have joined us watching on Facebook Live. Welcome to you. And remember, if you want to see and join in with the live stream, then you can go to the official website. I think it's bielchess.com, or have I... bielchessfestival.ch, I've just been told, where you can join the live stream and there's a chat and you can see all the boards, etc. But anyway, yeah, it looks winning, doesn't it? I think we should probably move on from that one. I feel very sorry for Rafael Vaganian. You know, he's a great player, but he's clearly suffering in this tournament. So let's go back to a very interesting game between Noel Studer and Etienne Bacrot, which over the past few moves things seem to happen. Rook c4, and I think we were both feeling a bit funny after this move, rook d8. I like that a lot, just coming behind the d pawn, so it's very hard for white to gang up on c5 because that d pawn will roll, and after rook d1, after 20 minutes thought, f5.
Nice move. He's trying to open the position so he can get at the white squares on the king side, whilst the white pieces like the queen is stuck on a5, the rook on c4, knight on b3. It's a good moment to try and switch play and attack the white king if he can.
So what would happen after this?
Well, he's going to take on g2, I imagine.
Or does he play knight g5 first?
He could take on g2 with the idea of queen b7 check.
Yeah.
And now, after king moves, knight g5.
Okay, but if I play this first...
Okay.
I suppose, yeah, second rank is very weak.
Knight g5, you're planning...
What am I planning?
Rook to d3 or knight to d2? Knight to d2, we can... Maybe there's a better... I'm not sure. We haven't... maybe there's a better way for black to play.
I was just wondering whether we should play knight g5 straight away.
Yeah, knight g5 at once could be better.
Just to get control over f3.
Yeah.
It looks incredibly dangerous for white. As you say, this idea of taking and queen b7.
Or queen e2.
Queen e2.
As well, taking and queen e2.
Yeah. It's tough. Anyway, instead of that, Studer played rook e1, support the pawn, and lots of exchanges on e4, and then queen f7.
It's a nice move, eyeing up the rook on c4, planning knight g5. I mean, white pieces
double attack.
if white pieces are not very well placed to meet this play on the king side.
It's back to this. This is a real bugbear of mine. Split rooks. I don't like split rooks. They don't support each other. Look at black's. Very harmoniously placed, black's pieces. Let me get some colour off the board. A bit too much colour. but those rooks are split, and I don't like it.
Basically, we almost predicted this sort of outcome when Noel went knight b3, queen a5, chasing the c-pawn. We thought that there would be a counter-attack at an appropriate moment while the white pieces are a bit offside.
Yeah.
I prefer black here. I'm not saying the game is over or anything. There could still be.
I just want to point out a tactic. So, for example, if the rook comes back to e1, then knight g5 is still incredibly strong, hitting the rook and threatening knight f3 check. Okay, we can avoid that. But if I play... Let's play knight d2. And
knight d2
protects the rook and covers f3.
So we can still play knight g5. That's the obvious move.
So rook
e1 still allows knight f3 check. And knight h3 check.
Knight h3.
Knight h3 is good, yeah.
And as you say, knight f3 as well.
Knight f3 wins the exchange, knight h3 probably wins more.
Yeah. So both winning moves. So knight d2 doesn't work. So there are big problems here. Big problems for white.
Well, yeah. After knight d2, knight g5, there's maybe other moves with the rook.
Sorry, knight d2,
After
knight
d2, knight g5, you can't play rook f4 because of knight h3 check. I wonder if he can play, if he plays rook e2, probably just keep...
Still knight f3, it wins material.
Yeah, knight f3 wins material.
We've
So
got to
maybe
try
he has to
something
move
else.
the rook on c1.
Well, I've just
c4,
seen,
sorry. Yeah.
I've just seen he's played queen d2.
Okay. So he's stopping knight g5. But after knight g5, queen g5, queen takes c4.
Okay, let's just check
We can
this.
see what he's planning here. Rook e7, threatening checkmate. And now, if g6, then he just plays queen f6
Queen
or
f6.
queen h6, and it doesn't help. So
Okay.
that's a good move. Queen d2, he solves the immediate problem.
But
Yes. What about the knight can go to other squares, discovering an attack?
well, it's knight f4, of course.
Yeah, knight f4, but what happens if he just moves the rook back?
Yeah. How about d3? Someone told me that queens aren't good blockaders.
No, I think they were right. Yeah.
But then again, I've just connected the rooks. That's the problem.
Yeah, you're about to stick a knight in between them.
Yeah.
So, you
Give and get.
the rooks are probably better connected on the back rank than the fourth rank as well. So, I suppose
Well, let me put that one back.
okay. C4 maybe.
Can we get in c4 then? Okay, let's take it off. Well, in this case, no, still nothing doing.
But that d pawn becomes very powerful as pieces get exchanged as well.
Nothing absolutely clear.
Maybe he doesn't need to.
Well, I've just seen Etienne's played queen f5.
Okay, there we are.
And then he can play knight g5 afterwards. Yeah.
Maybe white will have to be attacking the rook. So yeah. It looks very difficult for white in this position. I mean, the combined threats against the king and the pawn on d4, very strong pass pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this one again, and oh no,
Rook e8 check.
Rook e8 check, saves. And he's still okay. So Queen d3.
Maybe Rook f8 to start with.
That's better. Attacking here, and then to play this. Yeah, looks very good. Queen f5 looks strong. But what if we just come back? Then there's knight g5 again. Oh, that's fatal.
The queen's got the d5 square as well on the long diagonal.
Yeah.
Queen and knight are a lethal attacking force.
Looks very strong. Now Noel is down to, well, 16 minutes, but well, clock time is not the problem. Position is the problem, of course.
So after queen d3, rook f8, f4. It's ugly, but...
Sorry, queen d3, say it
rook
again?
f8, we said.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he can play f4.
Now, a tic-tac. Knight g5.
Oh yeah, maybe knight g5 followed by check and rook f3. Then he can go queen e2.
Queen e2 holds, yeah. Okay, we rushed in with knight g5. g5? g5 feels like a...
Could, who knows?
Well, let's try it.
You like these moves, don't you?
A sledgehammer to crack a nut.
I was supposed to be the hacker and you the positional
No,
player. It's not working out that way, is it, Dan?
Is it? No. I've gone all brutal.
Yeah, I mean, presumably a move like queen e2. Planning.
Yeah, listen, I just want to put back g5.
Yeah,
yeah. Let me play rook e8 instead.
Yeah, that's a good move.
That's more me, isn't it?
Yeah. I like that move.
It's a bit more me.
Because now we're threatening knight g5.
Threatening all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah, this
threatening
looks...
knight f4.
Can you play knight d2 to protect everything? It looks... There should be some...
Now let me try that one. Now, is this working? Can I make this work somehow? Check here. Not yet. Very frustrating. Is he hanging on? I have a funny feeling there might be some absolute crunch. What about knight f4? Let me try this again. Here, queen g4, check.
Now queen to g3.
Check. Oh, I'm in like Flynn. I'm in.
Yeah, you're in. And yeah. So let's if we play
this wins.
Does it win?
Yeah.
Show us after king h1.
Check.
And then king g2.
And then I take.
Now if knight takes we lose our queen, and if queen takes we lose our knight, amongst other things.
Ta-da, I got there in the end.
Yeah, you did. Well done.
Yes, that's convincing, isn't it?
And that other king moves you've also got. And if king f2, you're going to play rook takes.
Well, I assume
f4
rook
check.
f4 was just winning, but unless...
And then we go knight to f3 and you play rook e3.
Rook e3.
And then queen d1.
Queen d1, you're still hanging in there. This is outrageous. How many pawns have I got? 2.
Not many.
Not enough. Okay, let me have a think. This is impossible. Do I take here first?
So now we can't take with the queen.
Yeah.
We have to take with a knight. And now after rook takes f4 check,
4
we can't play knight f3 and we lose our knight at least.
Yeah.
So we'll give you that one.
I got there. Phew.
Yeah. So rook e8 looks like a good move, and if knight...
He's played queen d3.
Okay,
So-
maybe we're going to get your variation.
So that's on the board, and
We like rook f8, we were looking, what was this? Rook f8, f4,
rook f8, f4, and rook here.
and then after knight d2,
Knight
knight
f4.
takes f4. Oh. Maybe.
Well, but again, it's this problem
Yeah.
that black is connected,
Yeah.
and these
Yeah.
rooks are split.
All the ingredients are there for a tactical knockout blow.
Exactly. And an exposed king.
Yeah. We're not looking with the computer, of course, so who knows, but I mean...
But that's the position, I should say, that's the position on the board.
Yeah.
And we're thinking rook f8.
Basically, you know, black's not worse positionally, and he's got attacking chances. He's got quite a good position as well with the pawn on d4.
I should say that this is, of course, our tea time again. We've and Joe's practiced what he's preached. He's got bananas. Had a banana in the break.
Yeah, I needed it.
Yeah, it's good. I remember, in fact, there's a Swiss guy, I won't say his name.
You sure?
Who used to come to the board with a whole plastic bag full of food.
I don't know this guy. Do I know this guy?
I think you know this guy.
Okay.
And he used to consume this food very noisily. A whole plastic bag from the supermarket. He used to consume this throughout the game.
Was his opponent happy? Were the neighbouring boards happy?
Well, I remember there was a particular Yugoslav opponent who used to say, "My opponent, he bring whole farm to the board." He wasn't very happy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you know who it is.
Maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, Etienne has played rook f8, so we're going down exactly this line. This looks incredibly powerful.
So
we've got a result in Morozevich against Vaganian. The game ended here after
more or less
a5.
what we said.
Yeah.
Rook b1. There's like hardly a move. He can always
a6,
queen b7, and f7 will drop. e6 will drop. I mean, even if probably he can just move the queen actually after a6, queen a4, rook b7.
Another one, yeah. So hopefully we'll be joined by Alexander Morozevich any moment. Let's cut back to another game. What about Yifan against Navara? Well,
there's been developments.
It's been some time since we looked at this board. So let's just go back to where we were, which was here. And we were looking at all kinds of stuff with either queen c4 or queen g4, but instead Yifan played f5. So if takes, I guess queen check, and then takes here. But okay, there have been so many moves, I think we should just rattle through. Knight b6 played. Rook f1, I guess if takes, then we can recover this with this. So rook f1, queen d7, g4.
Well, yeah, things are happening.
Big question is black centre vulnerable?
I would say yes, at a quick glance.
Because white's king looks very safe. That's a real blockage of pieces.
And there are nice squares in the middle of the board. The white knight on d4, the bishop on the long diagonal. It looks better for white at this point. It's a little bit like the other game. There's a passed pawn in the middle on e4, but it's not really going anywhere.
No.
The a5 pawn is also very vulnerable.
But this time the king is completely safe.
The king is very safe, yeah.
Mind you, black's king isn't too bad.
No, the black king, but I'm more worried about the black's pawn structure.
And this knight, just unless it's sacrificing itself, it's on a horrible square.
Yeah, the pawn on a5 is a real target as well, if white has time.
Definitely. I guess black has to try and pin his hopes. Navara has to pin his hopes on this passed e-pawn at creating counterplay at some point, but it doesn't look good, does it?
Is this the position on the board right now? Yes.
That is on the board.
It's on
e4
the board.
Just been played. But how can we do this? Could target the pawn straight away. What about bishop c3?
Yep.
As the knight on b5 holds everything.
It's quite an important pawn, isn't it? Because that white pawn on a4 will be very fast. The knight will drop back to d4 if that pawn drops a5, a6.
Yeah. And some tactics here, of course, this one.
Yeah, huge tactic.
I've seen that Yifan has actually just played queen e3.
Okay.
So
she wants to... White occupy them black squares.
Well, I think it's a good move as well.
So she's not worried about the pawn on g4, she's just left on prise because she's got the move, probably rook to g1, or you want to just take...
I guess this is very
to
strong.
g1.
There's also a queen g3 afterwards hitting the rook.
So after queen h5, she can actually just go probably... Bishop takes g7 is one option. I'm not sure it's the best, and rook takes g7.
Yeah, then I'm worried about the pass.
Yeah, but the knight is on prise on b6.
True.
That's probably going to give time for white to...
double attack.
Yeah.
King... don't know where, let's say...
The king is very exposed. This should be winning for white. You want to...
A little bit worried about e3.
Yeah, I believe that you'll get the pawn to e2 and I'll be able to check and get my queen to the e file and then probably move my king or go knight d4. Maybe just queen e3 straight away after e2.
Okay, here first.
Okay. So now you've got a queen, is that what you're saying?
Well, we've got knight c3 actually. I mean, we can get some checks.
We have another finished game. Sorry, finished. I think we'll have a result.
Ah, Nico and Ruslan have finished as well. Tell you what, why don't we just cut over to... they've joined us actually. Let's just move over to their game. So, Nico and Ruslan, if you'd like to join us, and they can take us through their game.
Sorry, what's going on Hou Yifan board? You had some fancy position, huh?
Take a seat, guys.
Just before we start, can you show what's going on Hou Yifan?
Very well. Looks good for Yifan. Looks very
very
good.
fancy like position. This is
No, that's not the position.
this is another like here knight c3 probably, and she's winning. Yeah.
Well, it's black's move. But yeah, in the final position, checks to get behind the e5 and knight c3.
Okay, yeah.
But it looks very good.
Yeah,
We'll just analyze.
Pawn d5, and lots of weaknesses.
Yeah.
So white is winning, yeah? In the final position, what do you think?
In the final, well, we were looking at this. I mean, this isn't forced by any means, but we were just looking at this obvious tactic.
Okay, maybe bishop g7. I'm not so sure.
No. Of course, there's many moves.
No, but this I don't like bishop.
Well, but I think this is winning as well.
No, knight c3.
Yeah, exactly. Knight c3. It's just winning.
Okay, just
so
nice variation. But
precisely.
Not
totally necessary. Yeah, but okay, he's not going to take here, of course. Anyway, Ruslan and Nico, thanks for joining us. Let's take a look at your game. So there was a repetition, was there? Where do you want to take it? Go on, I'll throw the mouse over to you.
I don't know. Yeah, I just decided to play something. I don't know. It was I know this.
You seem to be improvising a lot in this tournament.
Well, I don't know what to do. I need also enjoy a little bit of chess. Not always to play just some Berlin. I don't know.
It was very unexpected for me, of course, because you almost never played it. I think one game against Sutovsky you played. I didn't find another game.
Well, I have one student from Spain who is playing like Marazzi and accelerated Dragon, so I needed to look some kind of variation for him. I don't know, so that's why I had some knowledge. But okay, normally I'm not. I don't know. I hear. I didn't remember.
There is
exactly
A4 also. Like A4 is another main move, and H4. I think those are the two main moves. Maybe knight d5 is another move.
Yeah, maybe knight d5. Okay, just theory like A5, A4. I don't know. I didn't like before knight d5. I thought it's like white.
Yeah, this is
very
better
simple.
for white.
Very simple play. Maybe take.
Yeah.
Just maybe h5, king f2, double rooks on.
I can even go long castle because my king is
long castle, maybe queen 8, bishop a4. So
I seem to recollect this is quite well known, isn't it?
Yeah,
but I think black plays e5.
Well, it's quite well known, but I needed to still remember it during the game. So I don't know. I thought this is position like because pawn already on h4. I thought I should be okay because now white has some problems with CP. Like if pawn stays on h2, then I have just weakness on a5, and I'm suffering.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This was more or less my knowledge of variation.
Really?
Well, about after h4, like I don't know. I said okay, it's just playable position. Should be interesting. And Nika spent lots of time thinking. I don't know.
I didn't know bishop. Well, I knew it was possible bishop e6, and but I didn't remember anything. I had a look at this line recently.
But what other moves I have?
I know the bishop takes a4 is interesting. It's almost a novelty, but it's very interesting. And then some e6 plan for black. Yeah.
Just to play on the black squares with that.
I know that this is possible, and also I think e5 is another move in this position. Or I'm not sure if maybe rook b8 is another one.
Okay. So bishop e6 I just made like.
Yeah. Well, he played it instantly. I thought it was still your preparation.
But I think you're in good company. This has been played on many occasions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your instinct is absolutely right. Okay, come on, let's see the game.
So I don't know. And
I was calculating h5 obviously because it's the critical move, but I think it just doesn't work.
It just, in my opinion, black should not have many
I didn't see
problems.
many other options actually because long castle seems too dangerous for white. So
long castle obviously.
Yeah. So if h5 doesn't work, I think short castle is like the only move. Exactly, okay, that's what I calculated. King takes. G4 or queen g5. I was also calculating queen g5.
Okay, this is variation. Yeah,
this wins for white.
Just for the public to show like something. Yeah.
Yeah, this is winning.
Typical tactic. And I don't know. And somehow
queen h5 or queen. Yeah,
probably
like
just
that should.
Something like rook g1. Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, knight f4, queen h2,
h5. Yeah.
h5. I thought even I would play this, this and rook h8, and I would be like very happy.
Yeah.
Because I have very strong.
Very active
Let
pieces.
me tell you, growing up in England, you have to realise that it's very, very difficult to checkmate the dragon. You know, I know this from when I was like 11 years old. You know, everyone played the dragon.
Okay.
From Miles, Mestel, these were the great
But who
players.
started first one?
Well, actually, there were the players
like
Ray Keane, Bill Hartston, this generation in the 1960s and early 70s. But actually, of course, Tony Miles was
I remember
in the early 70s.
His famous game against Bielawski when he played h7, h5, like I don't know.
He won some amazing games.
Yeah.
But John Nunn, Jonathan Mestel. Well, Jonathan, I don't know if you know the
maybe
name.
I missed. Or maybe Mestel against Bielawski. Maybe. I missed.
Mestel was a world junior champion and had some incredible successes. But in England at that time, everybody played the dragon. Everybody. It was quite extraordinary. So
it's interesting.
So of course, it's very, very sharp. And
you go to the pub, have a beer, and play drum.
Exactly. That was the English school, and often it worked. Yeah.
Why not?
You know, you discuss some ideas over a pint, and it seemed to work pretty well. So, yeah, I learned from very early on. It's very hard to checkmate the dragon, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I don't know.
I'm playing it myself with black, so I know that too.
Okay.
And okay, here I don't know, knight h5. Yeah, I wanted to use this h4 pawn, so I started to play.
Yeah, it
directly
seems
h5
natural. It seems
instead
natural.
of knight d7. But later in the game, my knight returned back. I don't know. Probably black is okay, but white is the problem is also quite solid. I don't know what.
I suppose h4 is only one weakness.
Yeah, only one weakness. Yeah. So still like.
Do you want to show us the game very quickly?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, king h2, okay. It looks a little bit suspicious for me, but still I didn't find anything.
Yeah, I didn't want to allow you playing knight f4 or rook f4 maybe.
Looks like you just trying to look my threats, not like creating your own, but okay, maybe it's fine. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, queen e3 was a good move, I think.
Yeah, queen e3
because the queen is very well placed on e3.
I thought to play something like queen b5, like with idea queen e5 check, but then I did like something queen g5 and like on e7, and you force me exchange queens and without queens.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I tried to find something,
but you created this great trap, queen b6. Yeah, this was a nice trap.
Shows the trap.
Which trap?
Which trap?
I thought that was a trap. Rook c7. Okay. Here rook f2. You play queen b5 instantly. I thought could play queen b6.
Well, at least now I thought.
But but queen e5, yeah? It's
Queen what's the trap? F4?
yeah, f4, rook takes f4, I think black wins.
Ah, really?
I think that was your trap.
I don't understand. Really. No, it wasn't my trap. Even if you
Knight
take.
takes. What can I do? Knight d5 is a big threat. And
Really? Oh my god. But I'm just rook
I'm
down.
not sure, maybe I can play some king g1,
And
but no, queen e3, knight d3, knight takes f2, queen g3, knight takes f2, knight g4. Oh no, it's check, queen e5, I didn't see check. Queen g3, knight takes f2.
If you just go
Yeah, you take,
here.
you take.
But I'm just knight. Okay.
Well, but
Rook f1.
but my knight.
No, I
Okay.
don't think it's a trap. I think
Okay.
you just
Queen takes
was
e4,
over
knight
a sec.
c3. Yeah, okay.
Ah, queen e4.
Maybe
Yeah.
even rook f1.
I even
Time
rook
to
f1.
create your own threats. Maybe it's somehow. I don't know, but still it's a
Yeah, maybe.
It's a knight.
Yeah, I did.
No, queen b6. Maybe I would just.
I didn't have so much time. I wanted to play queen b6. I was ready to play it,
Okay, even.
and then I saw this trick, and I thought, oh, okay,
I mean, even this.
I need to be careful.
It looks about equal still. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. It's
Yeah.
like I tried to find something like this. If you play f4, then I have this
Yeah.
stack.
Yeah, we
But still-
we spotted
But
that
still,
one.
like
Yeah,
queen g5.
Queen g5. Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't like it. I had so much
Well,
extra time here.
let's
but I didn't
let's see
find-
the game because we were looking at other stuff. Okay, you brought the knight
Yeah,
back.
I think it's just really solid for both.
I don't know. I just thought okay.
Okay, you can play maybe
I
knight
mean,
e5.
I mean here. I can play 95. Yeah,
yeah,
93.
95. Okay, I can play 93. Takes.
I just
Yeah.
don't understand. Like c2 pawn. Why I should be here better?
Yeah.
I
No,
don't know. I
most-
try to be creative, but still, like, no difference. You play Berlin or you play Drown, result is the same.
These guys are so solid. That's
I
the
don't
thing.
know what to do. Huh?
Yeah. Well, you tried anyway. It was
Yeah,
good.
I tried, but it's so short. Like
Yeah.
even we didn't make 40 moves. Somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, tomorrow is a rest day, so maybe
Yeah.
we will
So
have
hang
some
on.
extra energy.
Do you both have? You both have 3. Is that right? Both +1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You both made it to the rest day, unbeaten. That's
Well, it's
Yeah,
that's
not
a-
like really.
a reason to celebrate on the rest day, surely. I
Yeah.
think so.
Well, rest day is good.
Definitely.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen. Thanks very much for joining us, and yeah. Well, enjoy your rest day. See you. Thanks.
So, Hou Yifan, maybe.
Yeah. We'll have a look. Or well, you can stay and have a look if you want.
Show one.
Yeah. Do you want to have a little look?
Yeah.
Sit, Ruslan, sit down. Come on.
So now it's bishop.
So let's just see how we got there. We left the game somewhere here, Queen E3.
And what's about time? Because time is also an issue.
Time is, let me just have a little look. Time. Yifan
she
has
has-
10 minutes,
okay.
6.5.
A little bit more than.
Yeah. And it went like this. Just wait a second.
Rook b7. h3. Okay, solid move. Just, it's interesting. Like, she's playing positional chess, and David is like trying to make some complications.
Well, he has one big trump. Yeah.
Well, it's still like, and queen on a5 is.
And that
coming,
is that the last? Yeah, that's
I
the
don't
last
know.
move on the board. So we have, just under 10 minutes for Yifan and just under 6 minutes.
Looks very
For
bad
David.
for David.
It looks completely lost to me for black.
Yeah, like queen a5.
Yeah, he's ready.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know, just rook f3, queen a5, knight d7 to hope something.
Bishop
But
b6,
but even
bishop
bishop,
takes b6.
but maybe
and
even a
queen
bishop
d5.
b6, queen d5, queen e4,
Yeah, 2 pawns.
2 pawns.
And rook b3 check at the end doesn't work.
I even somehow queen h8 have queen a8 first check at queen
Oh,
e4.
nice. Yeah, just to make sure you win everything.
Yeah, let's just show that variation. Yeah, check here and
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah, really looks very bad after bishop d4. Maybe knight d7 first, but still. Queen a5. Like white's pawn's much more dangerous. because of bishop. Bishop also helps.
He played 97.
97. Okay, queen a5, I see. E3.
Well, black is objectively lost and hoping for maybe some tricks somehow.
This kind of tricks.
Maybe king b2, just to get off the back rank.
E2, just I'm not so sure. I didn't want to give so much counterplay.
Well, we don't need to take the pawn yet, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if
in 97.
Let's have a think.
So maybe this is some kind of... But I want to take a pawn. Then start your own race.
I think we can take the pawn and blockade on the black squares and queen our a pawn. I'll stick
okay,
my
I could be
out.
very subtle. I could play here.
Rook f3 maybe.
Yeah, but then at rook f3, then queen d5. Exactly.
Well, that's
take,
not so
take,
clear
rook
because we can
e3,
take.
rook d7, rook h3.
Yeah.
Well, I understood like, probably white will have some passed pawns. E3.
Now, what happens?
Before
a
a5
little messy.
I don't know.
Go. Go.
Okay, e2.
Oh, e2, yeah.
Rook s3.
Yeah, maybe it's too much.
So yeah, still some.
I think probably taking on a5 is quite good.
Okay, let's look at this again. Let's think carefully.
So I was just thinking rook e1 or
Rook
king b2,
E1,
and after
E2.
e2, queen d2, rook f1, then after
A5.
take after king b2 maybe, or a5.
Maybe a5, just you need to
Yeah,
start
exactly. I don't
your own race first.
We can always defend with the bishop on c3.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, he still maybe can knight b8, hold this pawn, I don't know.
Let's play king b2 to force the issue.
Or just bishop c3.
Yeah.
Take, yeah, and just force knight c6.
Still tricky. Still very tricky.
Okay, there is still some fight.
Yeah. Okay, Ruslan, thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
I think we're going to be joined by Alexander. Alexander, do you want to have a quick look? So we have a result in Alexander Morozevich against Rafael Vaganian, and as we mentioned earlier, it was a win for Alexander. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
There were some moves we didn't understand in this game. This moment.
Yeah.
Did Rafael explain why he gave up this pawn?
He thought that I've taken with the queen.
He thought you were just going to take with a queen.
No, he thought that I actually taken with the queen.
Oh, you had taken with the queen?
Yeah, he thought like this. But he is like, he didn't pay any attention with which piece actually at Ukon too, so he immediately pushed c4. Then I was kind of
Oh my
surprised.
word.
Yeah. I mean, if he wanted, of course, he should have done it one move earlier. So, I mean, here, if he wanted to close, but then my rook on a pawn stands, of course, better.
Yeah,
Because then I can regroup and start to push actually pawns. So maybe,
okay, but
maybe he wanted to make a useful move and then wait for rook e1 and then close it. But then unfortunately.
But this is just a very pleasant position for white, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I mean that's why I pushed my pawn until h5. I mean, because the main setup for black is just try to put the pawn on h5, pawn on g6, and just to hold and to hold like this. Because I had the game against Gallagher, I think.
Well, show us.
Last year in Rapid, somewhere in Russia, and in that game I actually played knight f3, and he played bishop f6. I played knight e2, and he took immediately. And I think, despite finally I won that game, it was quite acceptable for black like this. And then I think when I played h4, at one moment he played h5.
Right.
And then, okay, it was rapid game, so I was lucky to break through, but I thought it's really hard job for white to break through because I need lots of tempos. c3, then coming back here. Later on, I cast long side, knight b6, king d7, king c7, so black's king is quite safe, and basically we have only one flank where white has any chances to open the position, and I think it's not really easy. And that's why actually after f5 I spent lots of time here because I wanted to see if I can avoid this type of the position, and knight g2 doesn't look that much appealing because these two knights are a little bit repeating each other, so that's why I chose knight c2. Because if he will do something like this, my bishop will immediately go to c2, so at least will be 1 or 2 tempi up comparing to that line. But I thought that maybe he could try b5 here. At least I thought so, and c5. And I thought it's maybe interesting for black to use that knight is no longer on c3, because if I go c3, then I need to reckon even with c4. I mean, these positions. Then he goes bishop d7 and he goes quickly b4, and my pawn on a3 is misplaced. I mean, it could be much better on a2. But with the pawn on a3, this before basically kind of forces me to take and change one pair of rooks, which I would not like to do so because it limits my active ideas here. But if I allow b3, after bishop b1, I will be attacking rook down.
But this is extraordinary. It still feels as though this should be nice for white somehow.
It looks nice, but I'm quite a French player, so.
Well, I know. Yeah.
Yes, I've played so many of them.
You respect the opening, but surely, if white, for example, in that position.
And I thought that maybe even I can concede the taking like this here, but this, of course, gives black a choice. They can consider knight d7, or just knight c6 to take on c5, and then maybe try to play actively here.
Sorry, do you mind if we just go back a moment? Yeah. I mean, if we just play c3 and you say this, well, for example, if I just play b3, I mean, I like the space, and then so this stops black's move with b4.
Yes,
but isn't this just nice for white with a nice space advantage?
Yes, it has some space advantage, but at the same time, the knight will, if he takes f4, knight will land to c4, the other knight come to c6, and well, you have space advantage, but black has nice squares for the pieces, so in that sense, I'm not that sure that. Actually, you can wait for one more move probably if you want to play, because b4 is not a threat.
Sure, so knight f3.
So you can just develop and let's say, if I do some preparational move like, I don't know, bishop g7, then you need to reckon with b4.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you can castle, if you castle and let's say black pushes, then it's a question. Because I think that b3 here, even some crazy stuff like this could be. Takes, and knight e5. And okay, computer would say that white is winning, but in the practical game, I don't know, you need to assess it correctly. Queen somewhere takes, take on c3. Okay, it should be white's advantage, of course. So actually, maybe it was still fine, because if you can go b3 without taking, it's maybe better for white to keep the a pawns. Because if we go directly like this, and some b3, I think that white is still better, but you have the risk that all the pawns will be changed, and then if black will complete the development, it will be maybe not so much for white. Okay, I still would maybe prefer white, but at least this was my concern, because I wasn't sure if I need to go to this position or to take on c5. And here, after he played bishop d5, of course I was happy to go bishop c2. Now I put my bishop into ideal place, f4. And now it's obvious that sooner or later black would probably take on it too. Would probably. I mean, I'm not sure, but if I manage castle rook e1 and jump with the knight, then the bishop basically is completely out of place. So, and once he takes, most probably he will be on time to close the queen side, and that's why I need to be sure that the king side will be still full of play. And that's why I decided that if I'm not going with some h4, h5 now, later he can try to exchange and go with h5, g6, like also Gallagher was playing against me. And then this close type of the position is harder for white. And that's why I immediately played this. Knight f3, it's still possible, because I think if now h5, then I had some idea of knight f4, then knight g5, and white has lots of dangerous jumps. So he plays queen d7, and now I already pushed h5, because I thought if this, then I need to reckon with h5 now. And if rook e1, then I don't know, maybe he... Okay, but maybe it's still okay for white, but I just did not want to have this always in mind what to do if he will try just to blow case here. So that's why I pushed h5. And here basically, black has lots of choice. Normally I think he's supposed to prepare some long castle and then just try to wait until I will all come in, and then he will have some counter play, because anyway I have to push from my own king. And so I'm not sure that knight h6 is the best square. But here, yes, I thought that maybe he would just take and close c4. I will go with the knight, g4, f4, f5, and I will start to attack. But after this, of course, white is basically just a pawn up, and so of course I was completely stupid in this moment. I mean, this position is absolutely winning for white, but maybe just easier way would be first to go queen e2, and next move b3, just to avoid any calculations, because actually I decided to calculate here, and my original intention was of course to take, check, I suppose here, rook b3, the only move I think is this, check, that's only hope for white, and king h3. And I thought that despite the strange position of the king, should be okay, because queen c1 I have rook b1. But then when I started to recheck it, somehow I started to see some ghosts here. So, and I decided later not to go into this line, but obviously it should be also maybe winning for white. But I don't know. Queen e5 should be winning just.
Well, what you did didn't look bad.
And rook g8. Because if queen e2, then check on f5, and there are lots of checks. Otherwise, it would be just made next move. But if queen e2, then check. And I'm not sure that it's so easy for white. King h2, check. If I go back and check from here, okay, I can go king g1, queen c1, queen f1, and it's maybe winning. But I don't know. But my brain starts to melt here. I thought that I should have. Why I'm such an idiot? Why I needed to calculate all this at all? And if I just simply take like this, I thought queen f2. Some strange stuff on board. I mean, I'm sure it also should be winning, but this rook g3 is a little bit annoying idea, and queen g2 as well. So why white needs to calculate, and that's why I started to change my mind. That of course it was makes not so much sense. Okay, luckily at the end I was just on time, because I thought that black wants to go this. I go e6, knight a5. It could have bring him some practical chances, but I think this just kills black, because rook b7 is unstoppable. So it
looked like it to us.
Yeah. No, but otherwise knight c4, and it's a full game ahead, because the knight will come to d6, and it will take another couple of hours for white to find some way to break through. But this is the exact move, I think so.
Yeah.
But of course, the game was practically spoiled by this huge blunder. From black.
Well, there we have the explanation. So it was basically a finger failure or a strange oversight.
Strange oversight, because probably he was like automatically recapturing in his mind only with the queen.
Yeah.
And actually I took with the rook almost immediately, so I wasn't here. I wasn't like spending time. Right. And maybe he thought that okay, it's like take c4. Okay, good. So we just following the plan, and then he played c4 to queen e4. And
did he play c4 instantly? Or?
Yeah, he played it quickly. Yes. Like automatic. Yes.
Very strange.
Yeah, so.
Okay, but very interesting explanation of what's actually going on in this opening.
It's a little bit forgotten, but I think it's if black knows what they're doing, I think it's possible to play. I remember that Ivanchuk beat Kasparov in a classical game in '95, I think.
I remember the game.
After this.
But okay, black was already fairly well developed, so it was a slightly different situation. But I understand it's similar structure, of course.
But I think it was exactly this line with e5, b6.
I thought it was
and some f3, bishop f8. I think it was this line actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Then some knight f3, knight e7, and Chuky was, in his style like, let's play some chess. Yeah. And then Gary, finally he was trying to, of course, to play actively, but in that concrete game he failed. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not such a big fan of the system for black because I think I've never played it, but I think it's not that bad. I mean, if you know exactly what you're doing.
Okay, good stuff. Well, thanks, Alexander, for explaining all that. That's great.
Okay.
And yeah, well done.
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, we better get back to the other games. Oh, hang on. We seem to have lost our... What's going on? Are we trying to get these back on the board? That's got a slight problem. Select broadcast, this one. Oh, we're there. Yep, sorry. Thanks a lot. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to Studer against Bacrot, because I think we're in the critical moments of this game. Wow, they're down to 1.5 minutes against just under 2 minutes. Let's just see how we got there. We were looking at this position after rook f8, threatening the pawn on f2, f4 played. He did go for g5 instead of, well, I did suggest this move, but
we thought c8 was very strong. But
yeah, who knows? G5 has been played. He's taken on f4, h4, presumably to stop knight g5, but that looks incredibly loose.
Yeah.
King h8, right, we want the rooks here. White still suffering from the fact that this rook is kind of barking up the wrong tree. Rook g8. Defending. And now we have one more move. Rook a4. Good grief. Etienne straining at the board. He's got just over 1 minute. And they both have 5 or 6 moves to make. This is a tough position. Very tough indeed. So that knight is just about holding things together. But it looks unbelievably suspicious.
Black's a pawn up.
Black is a pawn up,
so.
Yeah. But, you know, he has to watch out as well. This knight is loose.
Yeah.
The king lacks pawn cover. What do we play? This could still go horribly wrong.
He's only got 1 minute as well, so
yeah. Knight c7 played. Well, that's just protecting everything.
Okay.
Keeps
the
the
move. I was looking at d3 and whether we can try and mate him. But knight c7.
Well, it keeps the rook out of play, of course. Yeah. So Bacrot is still a pawn up, and it's a big pawn. Solid move, and now Noel is down to 1 minute.
He's probably eyeing up the idea, not quite yet, obviously, of knight d5 to e3. If you can get there, then the game will be over. So there could be some like queen f5 move next.
Yeah.
Solid way to treat the position. So what's White doing?
That rook is also a bit loose.
Of course, yeah.
But he might just think, well, I can take one more pawn. That's the other thing going on.
Yeah. But that would, I think the position subjectively must be completely winning for Black.
Should be, but...
Noel looks pretty dejected. He's got half a minute left.
5 moves. Under 30 seconds. Oh no, he played rook a5.
Okay.
That rook is loose.
About to move.
They're still split. Queen b6, is that possible? Hit the rook, hit the b pawn? Something like this? Is that possible? I shouldn't put moves on the board because they're...
He's played queen to a white square, I think, or d6.
Looks like queen d6 to me.
Play knight d5 to e3 and then the game's over completely. I mean, that's his plan, I think.
Queen d6 looks like a very solid move. But also he's threatening to take on g3 now.
Yeah.
Queen d6 we think has been played. Yeah, there we go. It's on the board.
So f takes g3.
That's the principal threat. Opening up this line. And as you say, this is also terrible.
If he manages to defend somehow, then we hit him with knight d5 to g3, but I'm not sure how he defends. the rook on a5 is miserable. Probably have to play a move like b4, but it's the only thing I can think of. But then f takes g3.
Studer down to his final 20 seconds, and it's looking very tough. He's hesitating. He's flipped. What has he played? He's queen out to h5, I think. Well, that's right. Queen h5 played. Yeah, let's see. Queen h5 and then f3.
F2. Threatening to win a rook and a queen.
And also, so king f2 forced. Let's keep it on the board. Yeah, let's keep it there. King f2 played. After f3. Maybe we can go to the... Just see the players. There we are. Yeah. We can see them. The king is on f2. And Bacrot still needs to crack this one. c5 pawn is under fire.
Knight d5.
Knight d5 has been played. Hurling it into the action. And that knight can also jump back to f6 and then knight g4 check. That looks like a huge move. Studer has traded queens with queen e5.
He's going to chop and go knight f6.
Well, he has to chop. He must take. Yeah, he's exchanged and now must surely knight f6. This looks like a huge move. Knight f6 threatening knight g4 check.
And after that he has to play knight h2.
No, he's gone the other way. He's gone the other way. He's played knight b4, which threatens knight d3 check.
Because after knight f6 he could defend with knight h2.
Right.
And now the only move to defend is rook a3, I imagine.
So Bacrot is only one pawn up at the moment. So that's the position on the board, knight b4. And that is the final move of the time control. They've both made it to move 40. I tell you what, I think Studer has done very well to get to this position without cracking.
I think maybe the pawn to f3 might have been a bit committal.
Maybe.
I mean, there might have been a way to win very quickly. I mean, I'm sure black is still winning, but there's some work to do. For example, after rook a3, you can play maybe c4, reintroducing the threat of knight d3. I don't think black can last very long in this position. Oh, white, sorry, can last very long.
Okay, let's trying
to set up some blockade.
I'm going to say it again. I'm like a stuck record. The rooks are split.
Yeah.
It's not good, is it?
No. It's well known. Yeah, rooks work better together. It's hard to see what. Is there any sort of?
It doesn't look good. So just to repeat, that's the position on the board after knight b4.
The rook's still on a5.
Yes, beg your pardon. Rook is still on a5. So knight b4 just played, threatening knight d3, and it is now white to play but. Unless there's a big move here. Maybe move the king? Knight d3 anyway. It looks very good for black, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, maybe we should switch boards. I can see we've just got another result. And Hou Yifan has defeated David Navara. Let's cut there very quickly. I don't know if they're still at the board. No, they've hopefully we'll be joined by them any moment. That's the final position. I need to take that one in. That's the 40th move.
Well, white's a piece up, threatening checkmate.
Which can't be bad. Maybe we'll wait for Yifan to come down and to take us through that one. Let's go to Peter Leko against Pantala Harikrishna. Well, before we go through the moves, I think we could say that white has a theoretical advantage, a symbolic advantage.
Token advantage.
A token advantage, the same as a symbolic advantage. But
it's very drawish.
Yeah, looks very drawish indeed. So let's see. We have Hou Yifan and David Navara. Maybe they can take us through their game. Okay, let's do some shuffling. Okay. So, just a second, folks, while we rearrange ourselves. Please, if you'd like to take a seat, please. So we've just had a result, and Yifan has won the game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
David, thank you very much for joining us as well.
Well, you're welcome.
There's the mouse. It was a very complicated game, but off you go. Give us the highlights.
Well, first of all, okay, this line is quite interesting, and okay, I decided to play long castle. I'm not sure whether it's good because short castle would be another option, trying to be more solid and slowly putting pressure.
You got some inspiration from Mickey in Geneva.
Yes, I mean, I was kind of knowing approximately the game, but I thought Mickey was doing short castle at some moment. And the bishop e6 is interesting, I think.
I could play a5, but I couldn't see how to continue anyway, because I would probably play bishop e6 anyway, and I wanted to keep the square a5 free for my queen.
Yes, I mean, after exchange, maybe I could try knight a4, and if queen c7, then probably f4, if this could be another try.
David,
but maybe knight d7.
What did you think?
Okay, I agree. Probably it's better for white anyway. Okay, knight d7 unfortunately falls to queen c4.
But then take on f2.
F2, okay.
Queen e6.
Maybe rook f1 first. Okay, I agree, it's not so clear.
Yeah. Okay, but you went for this, you thought for, I think, 40 minutes. Incredible time investment before you played f4.
Yes, I mean, I was calculating something like if e take f4 and e5, knight d5.
Queen g4 maybe?
And then rook f5. I'm not sure. Because ed will face bishop f6.
It's a very messy position.
Okay, maybe white doesn't even need to play queen g4. Even e takes d6 looks preferable for white. Queen takes d6, knight e4, f3 perhaps.
Yes.
Gf3, queen f4 check, king b1, queen takes f3, queen c4.
Or this move.
I missed this. It's very nice.
Yeah,
move.
queen c4 could also be the option, but probably.
And sorry, what happens if I just take on e2?
I don't know, and take on e7.
Okay. Okay, perhaps I am losing. Okay.
Okay, looks quite promising at least.
Yes.
That's very nicely put.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
So this was the very complex line. That's where the majority of your time was spent, was it?
Yes, I was mainly calculating. Well, only ef4 and knight d7. There's no other options.
Okay, I also could play queen a5, but it's probably not good because you can play queen c4.
Here?
E takes f4. Queen takes e6 check. Rook f7, and perhaps even knight e2, or maybe some other move like knight a4. I don't know, but I have some problems with my king, with the pinned rook, and so on.
Yeah, it seems like when the position is open, it would be favorable for white.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, okay.
I guess your king is always better, or
Yes.
mostly, yeah.
Knight d7.
Yeah, f5, very interesting.
Or queen c4, but okay.
I missed f5. Okay, I considered many options here, like e takes f5, but it fails to work. Queen c4, d5. If I don't play d5, I'm slightly worse. And e d5, knight b6, queen takes c6. Now bishop d6 fails to knight a4. So I would play rook f6 instead. d6. Rook takes d6. Rook takes d6. Queen takes d6. Queen b7. Rook d8, and now
d1.
white cannot play rook d1, but white cannot play rook d1 because of bishop g5 check, and queen takes d1 check and knight d5 then, but after some normal move like king b1, the a4, a6 pawn is hanging, and okay, just all my pieces are hanging, and I couldn't see what to do now. Maybe bishop f6, I have no idea, but it doesn't look good at all. Maybe bishop f6, rook d1, I take bishop c1, knight d5, c4 is probably bad for black somehow.
Yes, I mean, with this tempo it should work.
Yes.
Still very complicated, but okay. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, show us the game.
Sorry, I also considered. Sorry, knight c5 here.
But then b4 probably.
Knight b7, and queen c8.
I won't play this.
Okay, that's the only line which I evaluated correctly. Perhaps no,
okay, queen c8. Yeah.
Exaggerating. Okay, but I think you can just take on e6. Or maybe even you can even play g4.
Yeah, maybe course, g4. But g4, a5, this knight may be better than the game.
Okay, you have a bishop a3 at some point maybe. I don't know. fe6 looked annoying to me.
Queen c8?
Queen c8. Now I was afraid of some bishop a3.
Ah, yeah.
And if I play rook f6 instead, I think I also have some problems, but I don't know, maybe queen c4 and then rook f1 or bishop a3, depending on black's reply. So, okay, probably it also doesn't work. I mean, if I take on e6 with my knight on the previous move, instead of rook f6, you can play queen c4, queen c8, and maybe even bishop a3. Now I don't know what's the best move, but I didn't like the position.
But d5 here.
Oh, sorry, you are right. Okay. So knight a4.
B8.
Yes. Knight a4, rook b8, and maybe a rook f1 or bishop c3 or king b1. I have no idea, but what should be better, I think.
Okay, shall we see the game?
Yes.
Obviously, we're still very complicated.
Knight b6. Okay, here if I take e6, it might have queen c8.
Yes. I was more afraid of g4, but I didn't take on f5 anyway because I didn't want to give you the e4 square, so it probably doesn't make any difference. So queen d7. Okay, I understood that d5 was a weakening move, but I just couldn't see any active plan here. Of course, I could play something like king h8, king h7 then, but okay, my king is potentially quite weak, and I was afraid of some kind of attack. I couldn't see what. Okay, queen a6. Yes, I also saw this idea.
But somehow it doesn't really work out to take the pawn, so I'm kind of still putting the pieces there.
Maybe I can take on f5 and play queen b7 because it's not recommendable to take on a5. I have knight c4.
No, I mean I cannot take. But then I go back, maybe d5 here. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just afraid you might have even better moves than queen a6 because I have just no counterplay because all the pawn moves create some weaknesses in my camp, like b5.
Did you have a plan here? I mean,
well, not really. Of course, I was hoping at some moment to push h4, g5, but it's always not easy because I need my rook on h1 or my queen. But if any of the pieces move out, black might have d5 at the concrete moment.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, without d5, black is difficult to improve anything.
I was even considering playing something like a rook e8, but it just didn't look to me like an improvement because I was afraid that when I would give up the f file, I could get into problems one day. I don't know.
Looks funny, doesn't it? I'm looking at a funny move like queen e1 or something very strange like this.
With the idea h4.
Well, yeah, and looking in both directions. But knight c4, exactly.
Okay, there is knight b5. White takes, and sure. After queen b7 there is knight b5. But okay, there is such an idea.
It's a funny move. I don't know. Anyway, listen, let's look at the game because there's still lots to get through.
So here has to take with the bishop, otherwise queen a6 if take with the rook. So okay, I'm on time to kind of fix the pawn structure. But here,
I believe bishop c3 was even stronger, but it doesn't matter because black's position is structurally bad anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I just didn't know how to defend my a5 pawn, because if I play bishop b4, my structure is just terrible. You can exchange it maybe now, maybe later, and your a pawn will be very strong one day. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not completely clear, maybe it's just bad for black. Okay. You can also play knight d4 and maybe take on b4 and play a5 sometimes, I don't know.
Well, queen e3 didn't turn out too badly, so...
Yes, I considered taking on g4 and I saw a nice line, rook g1, queen h5. I mean, if white plays queen c3, queen f7, knight d6, I still have knight takes e4, but maybe even this doesn't work. Maybe white is winning after queen e5 anyway, and apart from that, white has many other options, and okay, there might be queen g3 sometimes or something.
Actually,
or maybe even take. Take doesn't really work.
Well, actually, we looked at this in the game, just for fun. Actually, we just thought take everything, check and take, because the knight is hanging, and if the pawn runs, then the knight comes back and takes it. In fact, we thought it was actually winning for white. It's unnecessary, but we thought it was fun.
Yes.
So there must be many winning moves.
Yes. Rook b7. Okay, my problem is that my position is bad and that I cannot improve it. Yeah.
Yes, and somehow I thought after this move the position became quite clear. But it's okay. But I thought I missed something. I mean, there should be much better ways than what I did later on.
Well, sorry, I'm going to ask the idiot question. So what happens if the rook's... Oh, I beg your pardon, the queen is attacked. I'm going crazy.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Okay, so this has to be done. So, I mean, you didn't see anything after this, basically? Just seemed winning, did it? Let's go through the final few moves of the game, because we didn't actually have a chance to look at all of this. Alright, it looks very clear now.
Okay, this was my last trap. I mean, queen h4 here fails to bishop c3 anyway, but white should not take on e2 because of queen h1 check. Maybe even that is winning after some bishop g1 and queen d3 check. I mean, queen h4. But okay, bishop c3 is winning on the spot. And okay, queen h4. Okay, now it's over, of course. My trap was rook takes e2, queen h1, but it's far too trivial even in a time trouble. So, okay, it was just the last chance because I could resign as well.
Well, yeah, well played. Very nice game. Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there we are. Have we witnessed the...
Oh, sorry. Maybe I should put the mouse there.
Sorry, just very quickly. Have we witnessed the refutation of the Najdorf? It's interesting. I mean...
Okay, maybe knight f6 is not such a bad move.
Well, maybe, yeah. I mean, we were speculating about exactly which variation you would pick in this position. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you answer that question.
Sorry, I was a bit afraid of bishop c4 because then h6 might prove a weakness in some lines.
Well, that's what we were toying with, and yes, sometimes you can sacrifice and there's a check, and but anyway, I won't ask you to give away any of your secrets, which you wouldn't anyway. So there we are. Okay, thanks, folks, and enjoy your rest day.
Okay, thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, let's shuffle back and just catch up with the other two games. Let's go this way a little bit. And we'll go back to Studer against Bacrot, which is still that position, Still white to move. So Noel is contemplating his fate here. It doesn't look great. And Peter Leko against Pentala Harikrishna has reached this position, with Peter still...
Yeah, I had a quick look at the moves that reached here. I think Leko was completely winning.
Really?
I think, yeah, if you'd like to go back,
yeah,
maybe
to where? So somewhere around
here.
Where
we when we left it, somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played b3. I think. Yeah, it's. I think this position. He played Queen d6, and now I think he probably miscalculated. It's just after Queen c3, he allowed. He was a pawn up. He could have consolidated. Instead, bishop takes, knight takes, rook a.
So I wonder if there was a problem in time pressure. Or
well, and rook a8, it's a bit of a problem. So
Suddenly
he basically escaped. I think in this position round here, I think black is probably okay now. I think Peter miscalculated. Maybe with Queen c3 he could have consolidated.
Yeah, but I mean, there are going to be lots of attempts here for white. I mean, I'm just looking at b4, for example. Is that possible? Well, there must be many options.
I think probably back then takes the bishop on f1, and he's sort of got a playable ending if you play b4.
Okay.
It's not. No, I mean, white's probably slightly better in all lines, but
he must have missed something big, and now we're thinking this should just be level.
Well, it's probably fractionally better for white still, but it should be a draw.
Ah, that's happened. They've repeated a couple of times. So,
okay.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that might be ending fairly quickly. I think what we'll do is we'll take a break, but we will come back and just to give you an update on those games, and maybe have Peter and Pentala Harikrishna go through those games. But we'll see anyway. We will be back fairly soon to give you an update on the games. Welcome back to our coverage of round 5, and there are 2 games. Well, there's only 1 game remaining now. We'll give you a quick update on the game between Peter Leko and Pantala Harikrishna, which you can see the players chatting there, and that is the final position. They've hoovered practically everything off the board.
Looks drawish now.
Yeah, looks drawish now. So we just have 1 game remaining. Hopefully we'll be joined by Peter and Harikrishna in a moment. So we have just 1 game going, which is Noel Studer against Etienne Bacrot. We'll have the game around here. Both players just reached the time control. Threat, knight d3 check. Bacrot is pawn up. And, well, that little time scramble, there was a lot going on there, wasn't there, Joe?
Yeah, I think Bacrot probably had a lot of very, very clear wins. But you have to make a decision. You've got 4 or 5 moves. Everything looks good. And he probably could have checkmated him, or something, things very, very strong. And instead he's gone to an end in a pawn up, which should be completely winning. But it's a little bit more technical. Yeah.
But, there was a couple of dodgy moves by both players in the middle of that time scramble, and maybe Studer looks like he could have traded queens. If we go back here...
Oh, that's right, yes, maybe, yeah.
So f3 has just been played, obviously threatening f2, and if Studer had played queen e5, in fact... things...
And knight on c7 is beginning to look a bit misplaced.
Not so clear.
Yeah.
But then again, if we go back to another position,
earlier,
something like here, then I think, queen h4 is actually devastating. Just keeping the knight on the king side, and
if rook takes e6, you plan to play pawn takes on g3, threatening. So these sort of things, I mean, it's quite hard to play them when you've got a minute left.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you never know, something could go wrong in the calculations.
Yep. Okay, we have Pantala Harikrishna and Peter Leko have joined us, so we'll take a look at the Studer Bacrot game in a second. Welcome, folks.
Hi.
That looked like hard work. Very hard work. Tough game.
Well, basically after 2 terribly shameful games that I lost with black against Ponomariov and Navara, I thought that, okay, I have to put all efforts into this game. And finally, okay, I had 3 black games at the beginning. In the first white game against Hou Yifan, I got neutralized with the Petrov. So I kind of decided not to go to sleep until I will find something at least that I can look forward to playing, and finally by 2:30 a.m. I was there that I managed to find this move order which seemed to be playable. I mean, the point is that Hari is not only a very good player, but I have seen that the last 2 years he has tremendously improved in openings, and that's why I knew that I have to be extremely delicate to get a game at all.
Well, that's a very nice compliment.
No, actually, okay, shall I switch off this?
Yeah, please.
No, this. I think he's delaying h3 because usually white plays h3 and then black goes, I think, queen d6 or something like that. It's probably queen d6, bishop e6. Probably many games are there in this.
Okay, in fact, not so many, but the good ones.
Yeah, good ones,
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, there is a story
here.
here.
Knight d4 because knight b3 is coming.
But there is a story here because actually last December I played a blitz game in Tallinn against Bologan, and I was black. And just by accident we got to this position. He played a5, h6, he went queen e2, queen e7, bishop c4, and suddenly in 3+2 seconds game I did not really understand how to play, and then after the game I went back to my room, checked my file, and in fact it was written 3 years ago in my file that queen e2, queen e7, bishop c4 deserves attention and should be tried in one game. And then in fact then Bologan tried it against me and I reacted very badly and got clearly worse in the in the position. So finally I digged it out, and I hope that if you don't know it precisely, then it can lead to some play.
No, I thought I should play knight d4, otherwise knight b3, and then my pieces are stuck.
Yeah, you have to change.
I had to exchange at least one knight, and okay, this seems...
but this already feels like I got something.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that critical move in fact is bishop g4 instead of bishop c5, but
here?
Yeah, it's not a move one would like to play. h3, bishop takes f3, queen f, and queen c5 is kind of important move. Bishop b3, and now you have two moves, rook a d8 or queen c6.
But if I go here?
Yeah, then not so easy to untangle. Maybe you can just play rook a d8. Ah no, sorry, the pawn is saying, okay, but maybe you can even...
No, but, okay, you have bishop h6, bishop f2. I mean, bishop h6 maybe.
Yeah, no, there was this line with bishop b3, rook a d8, in fact.
Yeah, then it's possible.
I mean, it's not that I've worked everything out, but I just knew from black repertoire that there are some...
No, I want to go rook a4 and bishop d2. I mean, if I don't have a clear plan, then maybe I'm just worse, yeah?
Exactly,
because, I mean, bishop h6 is a huge threat here. But somehow I thought I'm doing okay with this knight d2.
Maybe instead of knight d2, could I take on c5 first?
Take?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was paradox, takes, and now knight d2. I mean, the position is so delicate, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I want to get, but avoid what happened in the game, and I don't know it.
But didn't it work out very well in the game for you?
Well, at the end, yes, but it wasn't forced by any means. Yeah, I did not want to give you, of course, this act. I mean, knight d2 is so natural.
Yeah, I think knight d2 is...
Yeah, knight d2, and takes, of course, is precise, because if rook f8, then I take and
bishop
knight
f7. No. I cannot.
Ah, because of bishop f7. Yeah, okay. Like yesterday, you remember I told you this bishop takes f7 that I blundered.
So queen 3, rook fd8, bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop c8 is a really high-class move. I mean, basically here we are maneuvering here and there. The point is that knight b3 is now met by bishop e6, and knight c5 runs into knight g4, and queen c5 runs into queen d6. This is the strategic key moment. I mean, instead of knight c5, queen c5, then queen d6. This is important. And I cannot maintain the c5 square, so...
Oh, queen d6.
No, here probably I should play knight g4.
In fact, knight c4 was just a bad move.
Maybe h...
I should have played h3, I mean, and get something like happen in the game finally, because strangely enough, my knight is probably best placed on f3 after all. But it's not so easy psychologically. I was going to b3 and I'm going back to f3 because some small nuances are changing. But yeah, it should be something, because okay, bishop e6 you have to go, knight f3, knight d7. I was afraid that this is nothing. I mean, bishop f1, and now you are in time with f6.
Sorry.
f6. Then knight d2. Always c5, knight d2. No, f6, and you are coming with queen c5 quickly, or knight c5. But yeah, always this queen c5. Yeah, queen somewhere.
I'm not sure, but
yeah, I mean it's at least it's unpleasant for you to decide. Yeah. So basically, h3 had to be played because after knight c4, I give you the chance to...
no, because knight c4, there is a nice thing here, and after h3, bishop e6. Okay.
These pieces were going around in circles, and we got very, very confused, I have to say.
Well, we as well, but yeah, I mean, this is definitely okay. I mean, probably here I have to come back.
Yeah, okay.
But then at least you got your queen to c5 immediately. I mean, you wanted to do so much to get there again.
I couldn't get the queen to c5.
I mean, this knight c4 was... Because it looked like bishop e6 is kind of a strategical threat, but in fact, because of this pawn on a6, bishop e6 itself does not seem to solve the problems.
looked at the position after rook e2, we thought this was a very nice move.
Yeah, rook e2 felt like almost a winning move strategically.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, and then it kind of clicked into place.
Because here many things I thought, but if I go here, this,
it doesn't work.
This, Okay, practically this I should have played because at least it's
I was actually
only a pawn down, you know.
Once
but
you started thinking,
problem,
this is the problem,
because you take and then you play c3.
And then f3.
This is what
lockdown.
And
okay, if you go knight d7, you don't want.
I have I had this move, but also doesn't work. Just this.
No, I mean you can go to e6, but anyway I take knight e5.
That's what.
e6 takes and knight e5 and then knight c6 at the end.
And I cannot defend this. And after rook e2,
so knight d7 you have to.
I also thought about this move, but the problem is you take and this, and I don't know. I mean, I couldn't.
Yeah, this can be just lost.
This, because I can play something like this, but still, no here, no, not here.
No, this.
It's just
Okay, so after rook e2, you're definitely a bit worse.
It's okay. I had this option of defending the pawn, but it seems very. I mean, it should be very bad here because I cannot move any piece here.
Okay, I was still expecting this.
But g3.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, it's a dream position.
It's just easy. So okay, I thought.
But here, this rook d2, I thought it was very strong. I mean,
but also you can take this. There's no problem.
But then maybe rook db8. I mean, I decided that. Yeah, and then
and then just bishop c4 or something. I mean.
Yeah, but I did not want to change the bishops. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, basically, I thought that. Okay, just not to blunder anything, and that's it. And then I managed. Of course. I mean, I saw this knight d2 move, but I saw in two versions, and finally, I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, rook c1 I could play.
So, could you identify the moment where you perhaps
here I
missed
just blundered.
Chance?
I mean, here I just blundered with queen c3. It's by fairy tale, but it's a forced draw after queen c3. I mean, the position itself is, we will see after a while, but as it happened in the game. I mean, I could have also played rook c1. Just feeling-wise, I wanted to keep a eye on a5 pawn, but I didn't see how you continue after this.
Rook b8?
Yeah, rook b8, and then knight d2. But I was afraid that some queen b4, I mean, not to. Okay, but I have rook c5, I have queen c3. I mean, basically, until I have this pawn, then everything is I mean, just queen c3.
I think queen a7 is winning.
Yeah, queen a7 was also there. But I mean, okay, then you take
queen a6,
queen c5, queen e2, knight g3.
No, knight g3,
then queen e5.
No, I have to play f5, but you just play a6, I think.
Yeah.
Or queen e3, something.
I mean, I saw this line, I calculated, and I thought that it should be winning, but since queen c3 looked so clean, finally I went queen c3, and okay, this is just really incredibly bad luck. Then suddenly after this queen c3 and what happened in the game, things clicked in how...
Yeah, because this, I mean, if white goes like this, I should be having good
I mean, everything
chances.
is good for you. I mean, also there is this incredible, because okay, I was already going crazy trying to find something that is playable. And okay, after this,
I have knight b3.
I have this.
Yes, rook b6, bishop b7.
No, I also.
I want to go here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I mean this and this.
Knight a5.
But you also have knight a5. Of course, you have also check, but you can always. I just cannot play on. I mean, it's. And after knight b3, rook a3, this is the incredible that after bishop c4, rook takes a5 and knight on e5 is, because if there is no rook a5, knight a5 takes b4 wins for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that just that rook a5 and it's...
And there was one line here, rook d6.
Yeah, it also didn't... Or because you have check and you go behind, yeah.
Check and...
I mean, I just cannot play. Always there is some, I mean, it's, because the point is that here I saw 2 times knight d2, that there is this nice trick, but it doesn't
just
work because
d6.
queen d6, knight f3,
gf3, rook d6.
Rook d6, b4, and okay, this is...
I mean, just b5.
Should be just winning. Lost. So I made myself, because first I saw this knight d2, I mean takes knight d2, but for some reason then I suddenly saw, oops, there is knight d2 before, then I calculated this, I saw it's winning, and then I went for it, and then but what happened with the other knight d2? I mean, just incredible. I mean, after this, there was a moment when Chucky said, I think he lost to Wesley So in the World Cup, and then he said that he will quit chess because somehow chess is not nice to him, or it's cruel to him, it's not what he deserves. And I also felt like this at this moment. I mean, I love chess so much and everything, and then everything works against me. I mean, what is this? That by fairy tale all my pieces are hanging. I mean, it was not logical that you are escaping like this, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, incredible. But okay, great save. Fine. Okay, we got this position. Okay, of course, definitely I was frustrated. So position is draw, but I decided to play it till the bitter end. Because,
you got to test him. You got to test him.
Yeah, but okay, I know him, so I know that he has defended already much worse positions than this one he will. And okay, this was my last chance with this f5.
Because if I take, I mean, if I do anything, you just take knight f5 and then you keep some chance, yeah? Knight
yeah, I mean, okay, probably should be draw, but yeah, I mean, there are some...
Yeah, this I'm not so sure,
yeah. Okay, but then I saw little material, finally somehow it should be a draw, but yeah, here and c5 was an elegant solution. I mean, just as expected, I mean, professional move. And
okay, let's just see the final moves of the game. So this... Okay.
No, I mean 2 against 1 would be playable even if that draw, but I cannot, because this was the point that black was in time with king h4, and if I go knight f4, if I'm in time for king f3, king g2, then it's still kind of a longer game.
Knight d6, knight f7, knight d5.
But also you have this.
Also this.
And I cannot untangle myself, so yeah, I mean, okay, it's just a dead draw, so what to do?
Okay, well, that was a really, really tough struggle. Well, for both of you. Yeah, very hard. But top level chess. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, it was almost already there. Yeah, I mean, just somehow still not to make this one move mistakes, but okay, it's getting closer.
Okay, well, enjoy your free day. Yeah, okay, see you later. Thanks a lot. So, if we can just catch up on the final game, and we do have a result in the game between Etienne Bacrot and Noah Studer. Ah, Etienne is here. Fantastic. Do join us. You don't have to go through the whole game. Maybe we can get to some moment around here. Well, okay, first of all, this position.
Okay, here.
How did you assess the position after
here?
D4?
I made some mistake.
Yeah, okay, go on very quickly.
Just here, yeah. Because, okay, E6 is maybe not very precise, because here, before might be just very slightly better for white, but with no risk. After queen a5, it's unclear position.
And how do you assess the position after e4 and d4?
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm slightly worse, but not.
Do you think so? Really?
Solid position. But here, white should go with knight c4, most probably.
Yeah, this looked like a funny adventure to us.
Yes, with the I mean, here already after f5, it looks much better for black already. Maybe rook d1 is mistake, I don't know. But after f5 it's already good, because there is some good line here. If take fe, bishop queen take e6, this rook c5, bishop f3, let's say take, knight d4, and I have queen d7. I was happy to find this, and
Okay, and what happens if he just recaptures on g2?
But then I can play knight g5 or queen b7.
f3?
Probably knight g5.
And knight g5 first.
And I have many possibilities here. I don't know.
Oh yeah, knight g5 first is very strong. Yeah, okay.
It's looking good.
Yeah.
And after rook e1, okay, queen f7 is strong. Because
very strong.
Yeah, the rook c4 is.
Yeah, no.
It's just looking winning already.
We were getting.
But then okay here. Okay, of course I saw g5 very quickly, but I lost like 5 minutes because I hoped to make this work. Yeah. Queen h3 and okay here black is winning because
and the knight is hanging.
But then I found that after rook f4 white has rook c5 and here it's not clear already. Yeah? With rook c5.
Yeah,
so first I missed this one. So then I had to come back for g5.
Yeah, we were looking at rook c e8, knight d2, knight takes f4 was winning, but g5 is stronger.
Rook
after rook c8 he plays queen c2, only move.
Yes, queen c2.
Knight d2 was losing
only
to knight
move.
f4.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Why? Knight d2?
Yeah, knight f4.
Yes.
Knight f4 and queen g4 check.
Yeah, but I saw queen c2 also. Here I have knight f4, gf, queen g4. Yeah, this I had, but queen c2 is strong, and on this way it's not working. So g5, okay, g5 is winning, but he probably played the most tough gf, h4, not to give knight g5. Okay, here it's completely winning. Yeah,
completely winning, you many +6, 7 things.
Yes, but okay.
But you have to make a decision with 1 minute left, it's not easy.
Suddenly after rook e1, I don't know, I just... here I lost completely the game. I played what? Rook e4. And here probably white.
Well,
we discussed after that maybe queen e5, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's almost not
it's equal,
for you.
maybe 10. But of course, instead of knight c7.
Yeah, okay. It's already okay. With time trouble, it starts. Probably I should play d3, no?
No, I think you can just take on h4.
I think queen takes. Was it queen takes
h4?
Yeah. Yes, just this.
And take on g3.
Yeah. Yes, it will be some adventures.
Yeah, some adventures.
Okay, what to do?
But after king f2, you're back on track again.
Yeah, I was lucky to get this knight b4 moves, and black is winning.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that win, does that extend your lead at the top? I think so. Not that we still have 4 rounds to go. Anyway. Well, there we go. We can see. Oh no, because Yifan won as well.
Yeah.
So Etienne, you're leading with 4 points, and Yifan is second with 3.5, and then a few on 3, and at the bottom Rafael Vaganian, Noah Studer. So you're going into the free day, leading the tournament. That's a nice feeling. Who have you got in the final 4 rounds? You don't. Who are you playing in the final 4 rounds? You can't remember. Oh, maybe we can. Here we go. In round 6.
I think it doesn't matter now.
It doesn't matter.
One round at a time.
Very
Peter
sound.
Leko.
Yeah, very sound advice. And one day
yes,
at a
I
time.
played Peter Leko the next game.
One game at a time.
Good. All right. Well, I think we can wrap things up. If you just hang on a second. There we go. Let's just look at those round 6 pairings. Ruslan Ponomariov, David Navara, and Harikrishna against Yifan. Etienne, you're playing against Peter. Vaganian against Studer, the battle of the bottom pair. And Nico Gorgiadis plays Alexander Morozevich. So, we will... tomorrow is a free day. And then we will resume the battles on Sunday. So Sunday will be on round 6 at the usual time of 2 p.m. So do join us then. Thanks very much. Great.